Okay. No.
Awesome.
Okay. I thought my setup is broken, but it isn't. Okay, there was just no sound. Yeah. Okay. So we have the preset. We have the best of 3 preset. Create new draft from this preset. I am doing it as a spectator. And I am sending the draft to Grombrindle and Drakinis, which is our first match for Drakins. Good, I'll need to learn all those names properly.
We will in time.
Grombrindles is enough, he's in the game.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right.
So, to be precise, Grombrindle will take host, Drakins take guest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, they took it the wrong way around.
That's fine.
Technically, it's not.
Okay, they have not posted
Yeah,
it
I mean,
right now.
this is the first tournament, so it isn't seeded. Like the seeds were random. So in this, doesn't really matter. In the future tournaments, it will matter slightly, because we want like the higher seeded player to be player number 1. But in here, doesn't matter.
Okay, we are live on YouTube too, right?
We are.
Awesome. Okay, so let's see what we got so far. We've got Chaos Dwarfs band, we've got Bretonia band, and Skaven band. I think these are very reasonable bands, since in this case they're banned for both players. Each ban affects both players. This is very reasonable because we do know that Bretonia's Grail Knights are a big problem currently because of their mass. Chaos Dwarfs, same thing. They have those trains that are just like the Snotling pump wagons.
Snowflake Pump wagons are greenskins. Also,
Yes, they're
I
banned.
think
But
banning
same mechanic.
Bretonia first. I mean, oh no, wait, it's like the other way around. Yeah, because I was thinking Grombrindle was going to be player 1, but no. So
Yes.
if Drakins bans Chaos Dwarfs, you are kind of forced to ban Bretonia, so might as well get it out of the way because those are the two
Yes.
most OP factions at the moment. And since
Mhm.
Drakins is going to pick first, you don't want to have him have the only OP faction and you don't have the other to counter.
Correct.
And there are the Greenskins bans.
There is the Greenskins band.
And
Okay,
Order
I do
Kingdoms, which
know.
is arguably the third most OP faction.
Indeed, Tomb Kings. That is, I do enjoy watching the Tomb
Yeah,
Kings.
another
Lots of
top tier
archers.
pick.
Another top tier pick. So they are not holding back. They are using the meta to their advantage. So let's talk about the other bands: Grand Cathay, Dwarves, and Skaven.
Grand Cafe, I'm kind of surprised. It isn't a very popular faction nor very strong. But maybe, Drakins has played with Grombrindle in the past. Maybe he studied his opponent. And maybe he's very proficient in the faction. I don't know because I don't have that kind of information. Also, Empire, pretty cool. It's like pretty much the most versatile faction probably. Like, it has a little bit of everything.
We also are getting a report from Serica that their opponent mistook the date and will not be able to play. So I think they'll be getting a bye in this case and automatically move to the next round.
That is pretty straightforward. You do have the rights, Archinon, to edit the bracket. So all you need to do is just type in 2 to 0 in the correct way, and it will update automatically. Vampire counts. Okay, and Norska. So Norska, yeah, it's also a very good,
Sure thing.
strong faction.
Sure thing. Awesome.
We'll probably see Wulfric if it's used, because obviously if it is a 2-0, not all factions will be used. Vampire counts, also a very strong pick from the past. Stay strong all the time because of their immense healing and very powerful magic. And to finish it off, Tzeentch. I am a big fan of Tzeentch, but tournament players aren't necessarily. But okay, we've got our draft. So now, let's proceed and see what they want to pick first.
Absolutely.
So it is the other way around. Therefore, Drakins goes first.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed. Yep, and looks like we've got our first technical win. That is perfectly fine. They have been notified. Serka is happy that he's the first one to advance.
Actually, not. Medley is first.
Medley?
Yeah, because her opponent just left the Discord. He was there an hour ago when I was pinging everybody, and now he isn't. So I guess he just ran away in a shameful display.
We are gonna be using that quite a lot, won't we? So, yep. Very nice. I'm already seeing some of the other matches starting to get played. We got the drafts completed.
Very nice, very nice.
So
we're still waiting for Drakins to decide on his faction. As per rules, he has 2 minutes, but you know,
we're we're willing to be flexible.
In the meantime, 33 messages. This is impossible. Oh, Sleepy Lion, I see. So he's the one. Well, schedule conflict. So not necessarily he mistook the date. He knows when the tournament is supposed to take, but I don't know. Okay, so Drakins is playing Vampire Counts. So now we're waiting for Grombrindal's counter. Now, Dwarven ban makes much more sense because dwarves are very well known as a counter to Vampire Counts.
Yes.
Okay, I'll, in the meantime, host the lobby.
Absolutely. Yes, let's talk about the counters. We know by faction mechanics that the dwarves have very high morale, and one of the strategies of the vampire counts is to wear down the opponent with the morale.
Okay. Post the lobby link. Let's see what Grombrindal picks. He picks Empire. Okay, we can hide the draft then. Let's get into the lobby. Map setup. The map is supposed to be Glade of the Everqueen.
Looks like Pontifex's opponent also did not show up.
That's fine.
So,
just
but we don't know
if
they, if they have not, showed up in 20 minutes, we will give them an automatic buy. And if all the matches are complete, we can tell them that they can proceed.
I missed the introductions. Who are the commentators? I don't think you missed the introductions. There just weren't any. So yeah, I am Mistru and my co-commentator is Artyom. We're both from the SUNTZU clan. We specialized for a very long time in Arena, but then, I mean, we still do, but Arena doesn't specialize in existing anymore.
Oof.
So in that regard, we are better because we still exist.
We outlived the game. Okay.
Barkley, need to join us, spectator.
Yep. What was the spectator option on this one? The map setup?
I think you just need to find it on the list, and then you have to click join us, spectator.
Sure thing.
Okay, where are our players? What do you mean correct game version?
Oh, sometimes, when we tested it, they might need to validate their game files.
And Gromilo is a very well known as a dwarf player. Yeah, that's probably another reason. I mean, I kind of didn't connect the dots. Grombrindle most likely plays dwarves. So yeah, and most likely plays Chaos Dwarfs, which are also banned against him.
Yes.
And then Grand Cafe, just because. Maybe. I don't know. But thank you for the additional information, Medley. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully we can proceed through the technical problems.
Absolutely. These are to be expected.
Charix and Tim the Wilder are also going at it. Greenskins versus Beastmen is the first matchup. And Beastmen were selected randomly as per the screenshot they sent. Wow.
What a Chad!
I mean, he either just waited too long and 30 seconds passed, or he actually just clicked random.
Hell yeah, that's a Chad thing right now. I don't care. I'm just gonna go and fight.
I mean, I can restart a game and see my mod order. Oh, Grumil's is 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Quick restart.
Alright, I'll restart as well.
Usually helps. Almost never breaks anything. Sometimes does.
Sometimes. Yep, looks like multiplayer UI extended is first, and the second is Total
Yeah.
Tavern map
Yeah,
pack.
that's what I have as well. But I think when we tested it like 2 days ago, you had them the other way around, and we were fine as well.
Yes.
Or maybe it was
Yes,
with
we
somebody
were.
else because I tested like with a bunch of people, and apart from you having to do the file verification, everybody else
Yes.
like ever played with, and I played with like 5 or 6 different people, it was always fine.
Exactly.
So hopefully it is also like a one-time occurrence and we won't have any problems going forward.
Yep. While we wait, I'm going to update the brackets to ultimately proceed
House
to the
battle
next round.
as spectator. Okay. Get this bot is trolling, he's just pinging people for writing. Holy shit, I just think about it. Maybe I'll take away his speaking privileges.
Well, that's another note we'll have to take in. But yeah, we are taking a lot of notes for the future tournaments. Because while we did watch a few tournaments before we had hosted this one, there's still a lot of things we want to prepare for.
Yeah, so we have a tournament feedback channel on our Discord. If you have any thoughts about what we could possibly improve in the future, hit us up there. Or if you just want to tell us we did a swell job, that will also be appreciated.
We know that's not going to happen.
Probably.
Not because we didn't, but we just know the internet.
I mean, there are some nice people. Come on.
Not for long.
Okay. Glade of the Ever Queen. Grombriddle is in, called Jiraiya Dwarf Sage in here. Just to make it less confusing, I guess. Okay, Arclean, you joining as well?
Yep, joining right now.
Okay, lower the volume of the game a little bit. Also, if you could let me know in the chat how is the game volume. I lowered it now. Obviously, there is like 2-minute delay between the stream and us live. To preserve the, what is it called? Competitive integrity.
Yeah.
Also, the Sion will just randomly die. Wait, is team 2? Oh, okay. Okay, Dragon should be able to join, and we should be able to proceed.
Yes, indeed. I am curious about the picks, but most thing I'm curious about is that now that we are seeing directly from a spectator from before the match, I do want to see how pre-game affects the actual game. The reason is this. Back in Warhammer 1 era, most of the games were decided before the game even began. From faction picks, from your strategy picks, even though a lot of top players disagreed with that sentiment, it was still there. And yeah, it unfortunately does have an effect, and it is intentional that it has an effect. The thing is, it should not be decided before the battle even begins.
Well, you know
so
who
I
also
want to
thought
see
that way? SUNTZU.
Oh. Well, yes, but it was a lot more complicated with scouting and everything. So,
yes,
which is
in
also
real life, you don't have an equal budget.
yes, that's absolutely true. Which is exactly why I prefer to play head-to-head campaigns rather than playing these battles. Because I love sending in agents to sabotage, to scout the enemy, and adapt accordingly, which is also why I love playing Chaos, because you can modify your soldiers on the fly. But that's a whole different topic. Okay.
Okay, where's Drakins? He said he couldn't get in because the lobby was full, but there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm pressing ready. Doesn't show that I'm ready, but I am.
It's not letting me press ready. I mean, we're a spectator.
Well, I don't know, because if they both press ready and we don't, will the game still proceed? I don't know.
Oh, let's take a look. I do believe it will.
Hopefully.
Okay.
If not, it's on you, because you are the one who didn't press.
I cannot press. It's grayed out.
Oh, it isn't for me. Maybe because I'm the host.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Well, anyway, I press ready, so I'm ready whenever they are.
Mm-hmm. I do not see your check mark, so it should still be okay. Okay.
Or maybe it is like I can only press ready once they are both ready.
Could be.
I remember that being sort of a thing, but I don't know if it is Warhammer or something else. As far as our social media, we do have Twitter, Discord, Reddit, Instagram, Facebook. It has all just been started, like new accounts. Like we're doing a fresh start, humble beginnings, and we're going to see where that takes us. Hopefully, with the support of the community and some help from other content creators, we can create something good in here. Like we do have the foundation of like multiple years of experience of hosting different tournaments. It is the first Warhammer tournament I'm hosting because, well, when Arena was alive, I was busy with Arena tournaments and Warhammer was very much secondary for me. But now we're going back to Warhammer and yeah, learning as we go.
Exactly, and the formats here, the way they're hosted is vastly different. So you have a huge, like a lobby phase, but that's not really the case in Arena. I mean, it also took a long time, but for different reasons.
Yeah, very good point by Narexa there in the chat. Is like, yeah, domination because you have the supporting army, which means you can just summon accordingly. Like you can have your main army, like if you want to cheese with something, or do like a more like one-dimensional army. You can do that in the main army, but in the secondary army, you can just have like different cavalry, spears, swords, artillery, and whatnot. Just summon whatever you need at the moment.
Yes, exactly. This is why I also really appreciate the domination mode as a concept. It is a constantly dynamic
been copied over from Arena.
Yes, it has. It does also facilitate like more comeback mechanics. I do agree, and this is something that I've seen from watching Warhammer 2. The game does need more comeback mechanics, so games are oftentimes decided before it really ends.
Yes, first comeback mechanics, I think Arena was better than Warhammer 3 is, because in Domination, you can just dominate your opponent, as people were pointing out. You can just control all 3 points, have more value on the board, and then the value ticks up in equal amount for both players. So if you've less lost on value, you are behind on value all the time, unless you find a big play, but if the difference is too big, then it's pretty much impossible to come back from. Whereas in Arena, you have 30 units on the board pretty much at all times, except when they die, but then they respawn. You have XP, but you can only reach 4 points of XP, and then you can't go any further, so you can eventually catch up if you have fallen behind, and at the end of the match everybody will have 4. But anyway, that isn't important anymore, because we have our first match, or first battle of the first match going on. Balthazar Geld with Regiment of Renown war wagons and 3 additional war wagons. Life Wizard, so that's pretty standard. 4 Flagellants, so just damage dealing infantry, and Spears for flexibility, led by Balthazar Geld. On the other side, we have Heinrich Kimmler with double White Kings, a Regiment of Renown Hex Raids, that's an interesting pick, and then just the standard Scally spam, very, very standard Felbats. I'm kind of surprised to see them in the main army rather than in the summoning, because they're just so fast and cheap.
Yes.
And they have Vanguard deployment, I think, as well. So it's just so easy to summon them and have something slower in the main army.
You would think, but it's also important to get the Alpha Strike effectively. If you can pick where the battle is going to get fought, then you can have advantage.
Well, we'll find out how those spellbots are going to be used in just a few seconds.
Yes.
That is like the cool thing about just being a commentator and not participating. Like you're just leaning back and
Yeah.
observing, and it's on the players to provide the entertainment because playing Total War Arena tournaments, oh, that was stressful.
Very, very stressful because had to coordinate the 9 other players,
Yep.
depending on the tournament size, of course. Usually 8 versus 8, but still, there's that stress. There's the organizational. Whew, yeah, that was a mess.
Well, it was just a whole different kind of beast, but
It sure
as long
is.
as we could coordinate the mess, just fine. I mean, yeah, like the biggest tournament we've hosted in Total War Arena was SUNTZU Invitational 2, which was
Mhm.
vastly above 100 players, which I think
Yes.
is just unthinkable in terms of like if you wanted the same amount of players in a Warhammer tournament. And all that tournament
Right.
happened, all those 100 players fought within 2 days. Like if you wanted to do 100 players tournament in Warhammer, uh, like you could do that like those world championships maybe, like if you take into account all the qualifiers and whatnot.
Right.
Then maybe it exceeds 100 players, but then takes plays over like months.
Yes, very much so. It was more of a league battles versus what is going on. By the way, we do have a quick update. We have our first matchup for the quarterfinals. It's going to be Serica versus Phoenix King.
Nice. Did they both get a buy? Or did they
Yes,
just
they did.
fall so quickly? Yeah. So
Yep,
we're
yep.
loading here for quite a while.
Yes, we
Arkan, are you
are. That's unusual.
updating the bracket?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Therefore, let's take a quick look at the bracket while we're still loading here. The bracket, hello. There we go.
You're currently in the game. Looks like you're loaded in.
Oh, loaded in? Nice.
Well,
Okay.
the timer did reset, so I think it's
And
only a
bracket
matter
goes
of
away.
time.
Yep. We're all in.
Yep, they're populating. They're all in. Okay.
Yeah, the bracket will wait then. Okay, so Empire probably will just want to kite around with the war wagons, which I imagine Felbats could be for, because it's 105 speed if I remember correctly, versus just 66, 110 even. So Felbats can very easily catch the war wagons, pin them down, and then hex rates maybe coming in. They don't have magical attacks, the war wagons, so hex rates should be quite good against them. And they're
Yes.
very fast, so Balthazar Gelt... Yeah, speaking of him... Wait. He doesn't have any spells? What? Oh, he doesn't have any spells because he has the Life Wizard, which has Standard Regrowth and Earthblood. Doesn't have Dwellers Below. Interesting choice. Dwellers Below is one of the most powerful spells in the game, if not the most powerful.
Yeah, it's very strange for life lore, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I wonder why Balthazar Gelt then, not something else, but maybe we'll find out. Let's see. Heinrich Himmler, what does he have? He has Invocation of a Hag, very standard Raise Dead. Not everybody brings it, but it definitely does have its uses. And Van Hels's Dance Macabre, so also no Wind of Death, which is another very, very powerful spell. But on the tournament level, where people are pretty good at dodging and just setting up their armies not in a line and just in a scattered manner, it is much more difficult to get good value out of those spells.
Yes. And so, because of that,
Yeah, I
I'm
think one of them
thinking
pressed ready, so we're 60 seconds away.
and just because people are generally
Yeah.
better at dodging, we might have a situation where the healing is going to be more important. Well, let's take a look. I'm guessing what Empire is going to do, they're going to send in those war wagons,
Yeah, the
and
harass,
we'll
and
do
that's why the
some
Ferox are
initial.
going in forward. The entire army of the vampire counts is shifting through the forest, so they probably will just want to play heavily to get 3 and then kind of just get 2 for free with their characters.
Yes.
But the war wagons are being sent over there to already harass them. Bats are screening, but we'll see just how much they can actually do against those war wagons.
But they're also scouting the enemy, seeing their formations. We see the Empire quickly taking point, and the undead slowly moving inside the forest, which is slowing them down quite a bit.
There we go.
However,
First summons. Demigryph Knights with Halberds, very high quality unit. Interesting
yes.
choice. There we go. The characters are being harassed by war wagons, just weaving back and forth, trying not to get shot that much. And I think at the moment, everything missed. There we go. Some first blood has been drawn. If vampires bled.
Yeah, that's a whole different conversation in and of itself. Do vampires have blood? Does it count? But what we are seeing here is that the White Kings are pushing away the Empire off of the point number 2. Point number 1 is safely in the hands of the Empire. Point 3, Empire is positioning their units.
Vampires are just probably building up and trying to go for the dread Alpha Strike. Or maybe they just want to get in before point number 3 gets captured fully and start contesting it right before. Well, the points have unlocked. 3 is going very quickly. There's no way they're gonna get in there.
Yep.
It was never the plan, I guess. Let's see if the vampires can take point number 2. Wagons could get in and contest. They could just put in a cheap unit of spearmen. Like, it really doesn't matter, it's just 300 value, but looks like it will go through. So we do have 2 points to 1.
You know, I do appreciate the vampire strategy here. They're hiding their units in the woods. Now, why they still have not moved in, I do not know, but it does protect them from the Hellstorm Battery war wagons. But why are they not moving in? We see a lot of zombies. They could be tangling up.
Maybe he's waiting for some key units before going in. But I mean, the rate at which they're gaining additional value is the same, so same can be said for the Empire. It's just Empire has a little bit further to go. But if you want to attack the Empire where it stands, that's where it is equal distance between the reinforcement points.
Personally, I always have the philosophy of that you should not keep anything idle.
Once
we've got Demigryphs. Oh, did you just see that?
Yep.
Half the Flagellants got wiped out, and the Demigryphs are pushing away the whites.
It was Scrap, an item that White Kings have. I see. It has only 2 uses, so that's already been one, or maybe it was a double one, I don't know. They could have both used at the same time. But there we go, point number 2, in Hands of Empire.
Okay, so Empire...
7 minutes until the win.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and the vampires have finally started moving in. Let's see if they can turn this around.
Bats are flying towards the back. Yeah, the Hell Blasters are positioned quite nicely, just with the range at the edge of the forest, so they should be able to get as much as possible. In terms of value, they are also positioned on a nice hill, protected by Knights of the Blazing Sun. Well, Knights of the Blazing Sun have fire attacks, so they are good against things like ghouls who have regenerations, but it doesn't seem like they have been brought. Anyway, now it's the first time Empire actually sees the vampire army, or at least half of it. I don't think he's very much surprised by zombie and skeleton warrior spam, because that's very, very standard.
Yes. Very
What's
good
going
value.
on? Outruns grenades. Yeah, that's pretty good. Whitens is just messing in, but now they're countered with damages of halberds. Here come the hex rates. C.2, just some bats flying around. Hex rates are idle at the moment. Maybe some micromanagement is going on.
Yes, I do see that, and the Empire sending Knights of the Blazing Sun to attack them. With them fire attacks, they'll be able to surpass the defenses of those, and they are getting charged.
They would need magical attacks, fire attacks. Don't help. They have physical reasons, but you know, so what doesn't help? Being idle and just getting charged for free.
Exactly. They just lost quarter of their health to being idle and getting charged by the Knights of the Blazing Sun on point 3.
The infantry battle seems to be going the way of vampires, though.
Yes,
so we'll see if that advantage in infantry will translate. But let's remember, there's a lot of value just in those war wagons, whereas infantry is pretty much all there is for the vampires.
Yeah, what we need to ask here is the melee battle taking longer advantageous for vampires, or is it for the Empire? Because Empire is gaining points while this whole thing is happening. They're not being pushed.
Yeah, Knights of the Blazing Sun gone pretty much good value, over 1,000 already. Demigryph Knights also really good value. Whereas the same cannot be really said about the hex rates, and they are a very expensive units. I think they're like 1.7k if I remember correctly. I might just have those details like completely wrong.
Yes, we are getting a bit of lag, but I am liking the strategy of the vampires. I think they should have been a bit more proactive, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
they have
effectively pushed the line.
They are getting back there because they were at 2k deficit in terms of gold value. Now they are at 2k deficit. Sorry, 1k deficit. Even going as low as 600 now. So they're definitely clawing it back. So the strategy
they're clawing it back in, and they are gaining ground. That's the part that I'm enjoying the most.
I wonder if the war wagons will be able to even use all of their ammunition, but if there was no initial skirmish and just at the beginning a full rush, the war wagons would probably just do even less than they already did. But maybe he wanted to wait for some key units.
I think he wanted to wait for some key units. I think he wanted to wait for positioning. He didn't want those war wagons to dictate the pace of the battle. So,
that breath spell is powerful. They just wiped out 2 units in the backline. Freak Company Militia. It is a militia, but it was full HP literally just a second ago.
Now that there's no militia. And yeah, you're right. We are seeing gold values being very close right now.
Empire is still ahead, and let's remember, they're still vastly ahead in terms of points. They still control 2 capture points. Point number 2 at the moment isn't going anywhere, but it is closer to Vampire Spawn. So... But even if it is 3-2 and they just do last stand on point number 1, that still may be enough to win.
That is my question right now. If Empire was to change its strategy for a final stand on point 1, will they be able to win it through? Will they be able to push it through? Because they are most likely going to lose the point 2 with those war wagons running out of ammunition and the vampire units coming in on point 2. That is going to buy time for the vampire player.
I see hex rates redeeming themselves for the mass micromanagement.
Yes, absolutely.
Going after some free company militia.
I still, well, yes, they are going for that free company militia. I personally would have.
Launches are coming for a blob. That could turn it around a little bit, but point 2 will most likely be lost soon. They don't really have any like a big, strong piece that they could anchor the point with. The only thing that is holding it right now is the Jade Wizard, which I don't think will be able to survive for very long.
Yeah, what I am not liking here is the corpse guard could have been microed a lot better, where the corpse guard stands could swing the battle by quite a lot thanks to its regeneration.
But Empire is already above 1,000 points.
Yep.
And now with the point 2 going, let's see how long it will take for them to win.
Oh, clearly vampires are going for 3 points.
7 minutes. So still,
Versus 10.
if Empire holds on to point number 1, they win.
They are, and their gold value-wise, it's being swung back and forth. So
Empire still has
Vampires
1k over, according to the overlay at least. I know it doesn't take into account, I think... Oh no, this one I think it does. It's just like a gold value on the ground. Which on the ground, it is actually in favor of Vampires. But it doesn't
only
take into
just
account
switched just
spells.
now. Yep, it only has just jumped just now by like 1k. Ooh, yeah, the Empire really has lost a lot of ground here. The battle is shifting in the favor of the Vampires. They have not only gained the ground on the half the map, but they are pushing the Empire backwards because Empire is unable to rally, unable to hold the ground, and so they keep on losing ground. So that initial gambit, and I think that was a pretty big gambit of letting Empire run amok and gain a tremendous point advantage.
At the beginning, we also talked about winning or losing a battle in the draft or just the army selection phase. And I think going just for so many ranged units versus a spam of infantry. I mean, what else from Vampires? They don't have ranged units. Was a mistake.
I agree.
Once infantry starts going forward, and let's remember, those skeleton warriors and skeleton spearmen, which are super cheap, they still have shields. So they're comfortable just tanking the shots.
Yes, they very much are. Empire has these leftover little flagellants over here chasing this corpse cart. Drakis has realized he just left it alone, but...
The healing skews like the gold value quite a lot.
Yes, it does. It most certainly does. While Empire did use those Sigmar Suns on the point 1, they have lost all 3 points. And now Vampires are just dominating the battlefield with the field advantage. I love how it has turned out, and that initial positioning has helped a lot to the Vampires. And just let them just roll like a tidal wave on the opposition.
Yeah, for a moment there I forgot that this is not Total War Arena, and I was like, okay, very cool, Sigmar Sun's unbreakable unit, they can just stand at the point until they die, and the point will be in the hands of Empire. But it is Warhammer, you actually need to have more points, more units on the point in order to hold it. So as soon as Vampires just piled in unit of infantry after another on top of the point, it was theirs. As long as Empire could match it.
Yes, exactly. Like that amassing of troops, like the Empire really should have went for kind of a rally point, an actual strategic rally point, amass the troops and then push it backwards, but there was no rallying. So that's why I think it had all fell apart. One thing I also appreciate here that the Vampire counts did quite well is tangle up the range units that they could. They ignored the wagons, fine, but they did not ignore that Free Company militia, preventing them from getting that value. And you can see that in the White King health.
Yeah, the wagons don't get that much value from what I'm saying. All of them sitting at around at 700, 800, so they barely just paid for themselves. Which is also not very good for a ranged unit. Like, ranged units should exceed their value.
Absolutely. Very much so. Their goal is to exceed the value as quickly as possible and generate positive value, because they cannot hold the ground. They cannot have that weight in strategic layer on holding the ground level. And so they really need to pay for themselves in terms of value. And with them not being able to do it, and the other reason is chaff units. Vampires are great in bringing in chaff, tangling the opposition.
I think so is the
preventing
Empire,
the value
right?
accumulation.
The swords, halberds, and spearmen with shields, they're all pretty good cheap units. It's just they weren't brought. We had flagellants and a bunch of ranged units.
Exactly, we had a much more aggressive lineup. I mean, that makes sense considering Vampires cannot bring range units and all that, but flagellants are more of a shock infantry. They're great at chasing away, in my opinion at least, chasing away the range and doing that damage to those units that can get out of control. But without a solid main, they cannot form a solid main line. And lack of a solid main line here was the reason. And the victory goes to the vampires.
Yep. I mean, I think they conceded, right? Because the 3 minutes bad.
Yes.
I think it's fine.
But this is perfectly fine.
Flagellants, 200 kills each, but those weren't kills of much value.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Warwagons, as I said, 800, 700. Hellblasters, 1.3, but that's probably what they cost.
Pretty much.
Balthazar Guild, 0 value.
I don't know why he picked them.
Yeah, Boris Bringer, for example, could be much better here. Unless he just wanted the cheapest lore possible, just straight Balthazar Guild everything, and then he costs like, what, 500?
350. 350.
Balthazar Guild if you strip him of everything?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he currently costs 350. Huh? Yep, that's probably why. I'm not sure if that's a great idea. I mean, he also comes with 25% missile and spell resistance, so that is probably a factor. I mean, that's incredibly cheap. More than that, though, I think I agree with your idea that Boris Topbringer would have been a better idea. Not only is he tankier, but also he can snipe out some key units. And I think when fighting against a faction that can grind you down using healing, like Nurgle, like vampires, taking out those corpse cards is essential, and that's where he could have came in. Like, I think there was a pretty big misplay in terms of picking targets for those demigryphs. Had he used those demigryphs and ranged units on sniping out the Unholy Lodestone, could have swung the battle. I'm not sure if that is really the case, because we did have a lot of units on the field, but I do believe it would have certainly helped.
Also, Grombrindle was the one who elected to counter vampire counts with Empire.
Yes.
His other choices were Tzeentch and Tomb Kings. Well, Tomb Kings as another undead faction could have been maybe a better counter.
Possibly. Again,
or
I think there's
Tzeentch with the barrier mechanics. If the vampires want to go in, use that to harass and just regenerate
with like
the barrier.
cycling, like cycling the units in and out. Could have been, yeah.
Well, let's see what they'll pick now. Grombrindle is picking Tzeentch, so he's leaving Tomb Kings, his first pick, for last. I mean, he definitely wants to win this one, and it's Ogre Kingdoms for Drakins. There was a button like to swap sides from within the lobby, but I don't see it. Maybe I would have to be as a player.
Yeah. Drakins has come prepared. I see he quickly loads up his pre-build formations in there.
And I'm not going to look at that because I don't want to show it on the stream. Just in case.
But that is something I want to point out. It is important to come in prepared. Because one factor, right, is also your mental stamina. If you are drained, you will not be able to perform. While this sounds very basic and just very obvious, it can be a huge factor.
And you could literally have a build prepared for everything, like Ogre Kingdoms versus Tzeentch. Just look it up. Yeah, I have that build. Ogre Kingdoms versus Empire. I have that build as well. Yep.
I have, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I have that too. There is one drawback to that whole thing. When there is a nerf, you have to go back in and update them all, and yada yada yada. But it is absolutely worth it in my experience. And I do the same thing for Magic: The Gathering, for Warhammer, and just about any Total War competitive game that I played. It always pays off. Like coming in prepared with those smaller things, clawing in those small advantages, always pays dividends.
Okay, Draken's the one coming prepared, Band Grombrindle is the one clicking ready first. So maybe Drakens is adjusting his build.
Yes.
You know, just
Um,
have a general Ogre Kingdoms build and then adjust it slightly depending on what the opponent brings.
yeah, they should also be switching sides though.
I've told
You
them
know,
about it, but if they don't want to, I think it's
if they
fine.
don't want to, then that's fine. Yeah. I mean, map is fairly symmetrical. I think I might be mistaken on that, but
No, it is. I mean, we went through all the maps. I mean, we did it like, what, 2 months ago, so some new maps have emerged. We haven't taken those into the account for the
mhm.
tournament. We'll for the next one. Um, and we discarded all maps that seemed unfair or just unfun. Uh, we left all the good ones in, all the fair ones, and that's how we arrived at the maps that we have. And there we go. Both of them are ready. Let's see if it's going to be a 2-0 or if we are going to a tiebreaker. So tiebreaker, if that happens, is going to be Tomb Kings versus what was it? Versus Norska. Chaos Fate Weaver as the Lord versus Slaughtermaster of Beasts. I think that's more standard. But between Kairos and the regular, whatever they're called, like Chosen Exalted Siege something.
Oh, what's then? Yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah. I think ours is like a better spellcaster. The other one is, I think, a better melee fighter.
Yep, scribes. I think.
Also, Ogre Kingdoms don't have access to anything flying, so he should be fairly safe up there.
Yes, that is true. They do have range, so they could go for area denial. And
Yeah.
area denial is quite important in domination. Like, that is one of the things that in a normal battle that does not really come up because, you have a lot of room anyway. And conceding ground does not give you or make you lose much advantage unless there's like a landmark. But here, that is everything.
I mean, go on, Arcleon. I'm reading like what's being written. If there is. Uh,
I'm waiting for the loading to be done and I am updating the brackets. The games are being played as we speak. We already have a quarterfinals match happening already, but everything is proceeding as planned. We have got a few more people dropped out than we had expected, but that is still within expectations. So, still within the norm. This is nothing unusual. So we are currently proceeding as planned.
yeah, we also loaded in faster than last time, so that's good.
Yes, just to be expected. Thank God for cache. Okay. Do you want
Yeah,
to
let's
see
look
what
at the
we're going to
builds.
do?
Chaos Wars of Siege with Halberds, Marauders of Siege, so that's the cheap infantry.
Mm-hmm.
They are pretty good value.
They're
New
very good value, and
Horrors
they're all
and the Chromatic
anti-large.
Aberration.
They're all anti-large, but
I mean,
the
that's the
ogres
obvious
have
choice
access to
versus Ogres.
noblars. Very, very much obvious choice.
Noblars, especially Noblars with Trappers, or Nobler Trappers? Noble Trappers.
Yes.
There is considered quite OP, but I don't see them. But they can just be brought in the reinforcement army as I think they have Vanguard deployment as well, and they're cheap, so reinforced
Yes.
army is perfect for them.
It is. It is. I love how ogres can really throw things off by using Noblars.
And Ogre Kingdoms are usually the faction that goes for the build-up strategy, so I might as well see the same thing happening again. But maybe with a different result. Tzeentch entire army, apart from one unit, is already hidden in the forest, whereas Ogre Kingdoms have just half of their army in the forest. Which I guess just means they're okay with revealing a little bit of what they have. Speaking of which, they do have lead belchers, which are quite a powerful ranged unit. They could be the threat to Chaos if he remains stationary.
Very much so. But we will see. We'll see if
their bullets are pretty difficult to dodge because they are firearms, so they do travel pretty fast.
yes,
So like
and
arrows.
Yeah. And I mean, last time Drakens did make that pretty big misplay with his Hex Wraiths. But this time the sides are swapped. Let's see if that happens again. I mean, in terms of expectations. But Kairos being a flying unit and being so much more visible, I doubt that is going to happen.
Neither side has brought any cavalry, at least in the main army. So I wonder if they have anything in reinforcements. Oh, we also have the Regiment of Renown Aspiring Champions, the Severed Claw. They also have halberds. So it's essentially like a Chaos version of Ogres, right? Small unit, 12 models. But at the same time, armor piercing and bonus versus large. They're going to struggle with it unless they can shut it down with lead belchers.
Yes, so the Severed Claw, as we know from the campaign, are a great unit against large units because they're small and they have area of attack, AoE attacks, I mean. So I'm curious what they're going to do. So let's see. Looking at the initial deployments, we see Tzeentch is hiding in the woods.
Yeah, makes much more sense for him since he doesn't have any ranged units, and he's probably expecting lead belchers from Ogre Kingdoms, since it is one of their most popular units.
Right.
Some more Noblars being summoned, just 2 units at the very beginning, spending that initial 450. Maybe Ogre Kingdoms this time aren't going to hide in the forest and are just going to
we're seeing the opposite. We're seeing kind of a change of that.
Screamers of Tzeentch being summoned. Also anti-large unit and armor piercing. Pretty good choice. And Chaos looking to maybe harass the enemies with his magic. But lead belchers, no, they're actually targeting the melee unit. They're ignoring Kairos altogether.
Because Kairos can easily dodge it. He has a barrier, can easily dodge and retreat. There's just no point in shooting Kairos. So Kairos is a great
I think it's not necessarily easy to dodge, right? Because those bullets travel pretty fast. And if you shot with 2 units, and
not if he's moving
to get him in.
Not if he's moving. Lead belchers, they fire pretty slowly.
Tzeentch is meeting Ogre Kingdoms at point 3.
Yep,
so he's just going to go ham on one flank. There we go, barriers gone from Chaos Warriors of Halberds. Blue Horrors of Tzeentch also lost half of their barrier.
Yes. Now the Screamers
of retreating, they're giving up point 3.
They are. They know that fight would not be advantageous for them. I mean, look at that mess. They've got some ranged units in there, some very tough mainline.
It is a very elite Tzeentch build as well, like very few units, and all of them are of pretty high quality. And high quality units are a perfect target for lead belchers.
Range. They are. And so I think that is their plan.
In the back.
They want to surrender that point so they can gain value.
So Screamers of Tzeentch could be a very good choice to go after the lead belchers. We
Mm-hmm.
see them looking maybe to do that on the other flank, but getting denied by Noblar trappers. But on the other side, they're idle. Oh, there we go. Now they're being brought in.
Yep.
Some more
We
Chaos
also have some
Warriors.
area denials
And Chaos
by.
Warriors are super slow, so that is going to be a fight. Ogre Kingdoms are generally pretty fast, like 35, 45 area, whereas Chaos Warriors are 28.
Yep. And we do have some range skirmishes going on with the ogre bulls coming in like cavalry on those chromatic aberrations.
That makes them expose their backs to lead belchers. But at the moment they are pretty fine on health, just lost 3 soldiers. On the other hand, blue hordes are just pounding on noblars, which is like 0 value. At this point, I think you're just wasting ammunition firing at them.
Pretty much, and the Screamers of Zinch just taking all that damage for no good reason. That was a misplay. Kairos coming in and preventing from those Boglars from firing. It's a great idea.
Yeah, together with Screamers, but it is kind of a cavalry attack, or in this case, earlier attack without support from infantry. It is kind of just desynchronized.
Very much so. Very much so.
On the other hand, half of Ogre Kingdom's army is sitting idle on the right, while the entire Tzeentch force is on the flank, but it's also half of it is not engaging.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing with that. Like, those ogre bulls and those noblars could have been harassing
Slaughtermaster
Point
got wrecked quite a bit, lost like 30-40% of his HP, but his running away should be fine, although being chased by Screamers of Tzeentch.
Yeah, and now the blue horrors, the chromatic operations, are dead. So is the fight going to happen on point 3? Are they going to push for point 1? I have no idea. Like, they're just standing idle there.
Also looking at the unit count, Tzeentch has 12 units on the board, Ogre Kingdoms is 24.
So maybe ogres are trying to amass their forces, prepare for a big push.
It's just that Tzeentch force is so much more elite, but also have taken some bad trades already.
Yeah. Very bad trades. And we are seeing a gold value difference in terms of about 2k. More than 2k. So that's not good. That's not looking good for Tzeentch.
Yeah, Chaos is only 500 value.
I
There
see.
we go. Another
happening.
spell. Okay, he's trying to snipe the Lord.
Yep.
And
He
that
is,
Lord
he
has
is.
only Flock of Doom. Now he's going after him directly in melee.
Well,
Trying to
the
really-
Drakens has realized what is going on, and so he is trying to tie him up in the woods with Noblars and everything.
Those Noblars are getting great value just shooting in the back of Chaos Warriors with halberds.
Yes.
They already have done more gold value as damage than those halberds fighting other Noblars.
Yeah, they did. They did. That's why these cheaper units have such an important role in these fights.
Even though the missile strength is garbage, they're still getting pretty wrecked.
Yeah, and I'm also appreciating what's happening on point 1, because I was looking at the right flank of the ogres, and I'm like, why are they standing idle? Because I personally never let that happen. Then again, I don't play many domination battles, but I think I understand now. Their deployment area, their deployment zone is very close. Even if they were to take it without some amassed force, without overwhelming force, they'll get annihilated.
Yeah, I mean, I think that very much shows why elite builds aren't very much a thing in domination. It's mostly dominated by cheap infantry, and they have just again proven their superiority.
Very much so. Very much so. I mean, elite infantry, you can just occupy them, you can chase them around, you can harass them. They just don't have the same power as they do in just normal battles. Which makes sense. You know, you need a big picture view when you really want to win in these types of battles.
I mean, looking at the damage value dealt already, Although some units are being unsalmoned, right? But it's only 2k difference, but it feels like a 5k difference at this point.
Absolutely, because they're losing ground, and now the point 3 is being contested by ogres. And that is pretty much all what they will need. It will be very difficult for
Yep.
Tzeentch to come
Point
back
1
from
has been
that.
taken, point 3 will be taken anytime soon.
Yep. And looks like that's exactly what Ogre Kingdoms did. They brought in some amassed forces to point 1, just an overwhelming force. To push
I
through
mean, at
the
this point
point
it is
1.
the concede territory.
Kind of. Kind of. Even though Tzeentch did have the advantage on points, yeah, they lost the ground. And now it's gonna quickly turn against them. I'm really not seeing how they're gonna come back. But Severed Claws, they are a massive trouble. They are a massive trouble. Like, look at the damage they're doing at to the Ogre Bulls.
Yeah, but also the problem is, right, okay, they're a great anti-large piece, but at the same time, they have only 32 speed, and other
Yep.
kingdoms have superior speed. They can just use that
Yep.
speed to run away from them and tie them down with also
Correct.
faster noblars.
Yes. Exactly.
You see? The Ogre Bulls are
That's-
just leaving, see ya,
Mhm.
noblars will take care of you.
Yep, that's the problem usually with
And also they're
Chaos.
small, not large, so they can't
Yes.
really like just pull through a unit.
Yep.
They will be tied down due to their low mass.
I mean, that is a great way of dealing with those types of units. Those elite infantry units.
Just noblars.
Got Marauder Horsemen charging into the lead belchers. I'm not sure if that's a very good trade, kind sir. It's not. It's really not. They are goners right there.
Oh, very nice spell.
What spell is that?
Good question.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. But yeah, it was quite effective. I personally would have preferred.
Maybe it's an item
yeah.
or something? I don't know.
Oh yeah, most likely.
Oh no! It's an army ability.
Ah, that's why.
Yeah. You have to forgive us,
Okay.
dear viewers. We do not necessarily know the game that well.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Yeah, even after how many 3,000 hours? Well, not the domination battles though.
I see what you wrote in the chat. The Gelt was unsummoned at the beginning of the battle, and you said that is currently allowed. No, it's not.
It's not?
No,
You have been
Eh.
bested.
because that's
There is
cheese.
only defeat.
It is.
Yeah, and it's forbidden. Because a lord
Mhm.
is a very important piece, and that if you kill him or them, you inflict a morale penalty on the enemy.
Yep.
By unsummoning the lord, you deny that opportunity or possibility from your enemy.
Do we have that in the rules too? We have that,
We
right?
do. We do.
Oh, well, in that case, I think they'll get a warning. But regardless, it was already decided without it.
Okay, yeah. Drakins is moving forward. So I'll do the honors there. Okay, let's look at the bracket. Bum. And let's have a look at Discord. I have a lot of pings. Let's see. Scribblenable saying thank you. I mean, we're still going to the losers bracket. Okay. Let's have a look. Upper bracket, match 1. Game 2. Oh, game 3. It goes to game 3. Okay, so
Ooh,
they aren't done now, and the game 3 has just started, so they are at 1-1 at the moment. So whoever wins that, either Team the Wilder or Charix, they'll face Drakins.
Yes.
So while we clean up the tournament, let's say, that could be the next match we'll watch. Unless there's something else going on. But let's see. Match 2 is what we've watched. Match 3. Serka against Sleepy Lion. Sleepy Lion has withdrawn, so we've got that going. Don't put in like 1-0. Just do full score once it's done. Keep it at 0 there.
Yep.
Because I did a lazy code.
Okay.
But you see, I took into consideration only 2 people will be using said code.
Yes.
So I was like,
I figured.
Yeah, just report full scores. Anyway,
figured.
match 3, which is Serka vs Sleepy Lion. We've got that. Serka advanced. Match 4, Phoenix advances. Aldrich Ral didn't show up. So now they're facing each other in quarterfinals, match 2. And it is going on. It is currently underway. That's good. Match number 5. Seems like it's still going on. One replay has been uploaded. Special is winning 1-0. So yeah, we're waiting for the second match. Match number 6, which is Ogito versus Michel Pontifex. Nothing has been written in there, but I do have some private messages.
Yep.
No, they're both. I need like 45 minutes till I get home. Oh no, it's like no, that one almost 2 hours late. That's too much.
Yeah, but I think we could let them play in the losers bracket.
Yeah, like if they arrive to that, sure. Okay, so Michel advance.
Grombrindal just posted he probably won't be playing because there's a storm brewing and he probably won't have internet.
Understandable. I also had warnings about possible power outages, but it seems like bad weather has already gone. It was like early in the morning, pretty bad, but now it's okay. Anyway. Okay, so Michel gets a bye there, and he'll face whoever wins between Special and Fogscott. Medley advanced because her opponent didn't show up or just left the Discord. So that's match number 7.
Before, so does that mean Medley advanced to semifinals?
Seems like it, yeah.
What pure luck.
Because Green One and Silinator also just didn't show up. Okay, 3 semifinals, sure. Okay. I was hoping that I was expecting people not showing up and being disqualified. I at least hope there would be no double disqualifications. So we could have full quarterfinals, but
yeah.
Well, we'll get 3 out of 4.
Well, we still have Algito, who is still on his way, right?
Yes, but Michael already got a bye to upper round.
That is perfectly
because
fine.
By the time Algito arrives, everybody will have finished round of 16, and we won't be waiting another hour or 2 for them to finish.
Quite.
So we just leave those two at 0-0. We don't add anything there. Now we're waiting here for, okay, match 8 now. So there's also a double DQ. So, I mean,
Where's the double DQ?
lower bracket round 1, match 1.
Oh, yes.
I mean, that's like, out of these 4 players, only 1 showed up.
Yep.
So this thing is entirely cursed now. Because there's no winner of this, and no loser of this. So yeah, that's...
They automatically advance.
So whoever gets here, automatically gets here as well.
Yep.
Okay. Eric Ral versus Sleepy Lion, that's also a double DQ. And Grombrindle has withdrawn.
Has he? I mean, is he withdrawn?
Well, he said that Storm is brewing, right?
Yes, he said he might not be able to play. I asked him to
May?
keep us updated.
I probably won't be playing because of the Storm brewing, and I probably won't have internet. Yeah, at the moment he's waiting on a loser between Tim the Wilder and Charix.
Mm-hmm. So he might drop out. We don't know yet. So we do have a lot of people dropping out, but this is something we had prepared for, hence all those complicated brackets.
Yeah, I mean, we'll quickly get rid of people who don't show up and then have a clear path forward with matches actually taking place. Okay, so I wouldn't mind watching Serika Phoenix King, but they have already started.
Yes.
So that's out of the question at the moment.
Mm-hmm. They had just started as we were finishing, so.
Yeah, so pretty much the only thing we can watch really is Drakins versus whoever wins between Tim Dolider and Charix. So that will be our next match on the stream. Let's go and see. That will be upper bracket quarterfinals 1. Okay. Now,
Yes, indeed.
let's answer some questions from the chat if you guys have any. Now is the time to ask them. I do apologize for maybe low chat interaction, but I have to cast, organize the tournament at the same time, take care of everybody. There's only so much I can do. Archon is also of great help.
Yay.
Let's see the chat. Yeah, Medley is just chilling in the chat, just waiting for somebody to finally show up. So yeah, don't worry, Medley. You will get the winner between Michael and whoever wins between Special and Folks God, because they all showed up.
So yes, looks like Grombrindal did break the rules. I think, considering the circumstances, he did lose on that match. I think he should receive a warning at least.
I mean, to be fair, there is something called like the infringement reporting or just rule breaking reporting. So as long as he doesn't get reported, if his opponent is letting him go, we're letting him go.
Kind of, yeah, exactly. That's why we made it on report based. If it's a rule break, but it's not really relevant.
I mean, as long as the opponent is fine with it, we are fine with it as well. If your opponent isn't fine with it, and he lost, and he's thinking, "Oh, I lost because of that," and you actually broke the rule upon review, then yeah, you would be punished. But the punishment for unsummoning a lord, breaking the rules in such a way, is forfeiting that battle. So he lost it anyway.
Yes, exactly. I was clarifying that in the chat.
Yep.
That's one thing that I appreciate from watching Magic the Gathering, was that all of these stuff have always been encountered. So we know how they were dealt there, and we can transfer those decisions from that to here.
Okay. Now I'm thinking as well. Should we actually allow conceding, given how both of these matches went? I mean, it is like, I don't know, unusual. It is definitely not always the case.
I think here's what we should do.
I mean, these
as
are
long
pretty
as both
one-sided.
players, yeah, as long as both players are okay with it, we should allow conceding.
So basically the same with like unsummoning the lord, like if it doesn't get reported.
Yes, quite. Should we make the announcement about that decision?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Sounds good.
I mean, should we do like as long as both players are involved, both players involved are okay with this, it is allowed, or just is allowed? Period.
As long as both players are okay with conceding, we should allow it. At least for now. Later on, we can change it to just allowing it. But right now, I think this is like a good middle ground.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go and refresh my drink real quick.
Okay. Let's see, some new reports are coming in. Just ready, good luck, have fun. Between Serka and Phoenix King. Oh, it looks like Special Volksgott have finished. They're saying GG, well played. But who won? Okay, Tim the Wooder has just reported game 3, team won 2-1. Okay. So let's go to the bracket. Tim wins 2-1. Which means facing off Drakins. We'll be casting that for you in a second. And that means Grombrindle is facing Charix here in the lower bracket.
I'm back, so what did I miss?
Team won 2-1. Okay, quarterfinal number 1. To Tim. by the way, big shout out to him. He was unsure whether he would play or not because he's from East Coast, which means the tournament starts for him at 5 a.m. So he needs to wake up really early. So big props to him for actually waking up and going through it.
Hey, I know exactly how hard it is. I absolutely agree. In fact, we might
doesn't
even
count for you, you West Coaster.
I'm on East Coast. In fact, West Coast is even worse.
Okay,
they
fine.
would have to get up at 5.
Okay, I got it the other way around. I messed up West with East. No, because I'm like, West is that way, and the first coast you meet going west is East Coast, not West Coast.
Understandable. I get it. But I do.
Okay, wait. I need to host the draft. Let's get like the most important thing out of the way first. Create new draft from this preset. Okay, I am as the observer. Here's the draft. Team host. Draken's guest. Okay.
All right.
Let me switch on here. We're doing draft. Yep. Team is in the correct spot this time. Charix is messaging me. He said he had something come up and he is not able to participate in the tournament anymore. Fair enough.
Wait,
life
who
happens. Charix. Which means Grombrindle is getting a bye. To lower bracket match 4, in which he would face loser of quarterfinal 1, which is the match we'll be casting right now. So if Tim wins, he gets a match rematch with Drakens. Anyway, pick and bans. Okay, we've got them underway. Bretonnia and Chaos Dwarfs banned. Pretty straightforward. Drakens is banning Ogre Kingdoms himself this time around. Probably doesn't wanted to go over to Tim as the first pick. Let's see what will Tim round out his bans with. Maybe he'll do like an extra chat move and just press random again. Vampire counts. Maybe he was watching the previous match. Maybe he just knows him well. Also, Vampire counts, just a top tier pick.
Yes, it's a top tier pick, and this was something that was intentional. We do want people to take advantage of knowing the mains of the other players, so to force people to get better at other factions as well, so we can see more unique matchups.
Or in tournaments without bans or just with one ban, you pretty much always see the same factions over and over again. Like the strongest 3 factions get played to eternity. Here with 6 bans and all of them being various. The matchups we play, we should see a much wider variety. And since Warhammer has so much to offer, 24 different factions and still more coming on the way. I think
and that's the other good thing.
Beastman ban because Team just pressed random last time around. Norska first pick. Okay. Interesting.
Okay.
Norska another pretty good pick. But it's not like S tier pick because S tier picks have all been banned. Vampire Coast.
Yes.
I've checked that last time around and they sat at like 30 or something % win rate on the Total Tavern. And Nurgle. Both very, very slow factions. That's something I don't like about them, is just how slowly they move.
Yes.
On the other hand, once you get on top of the points, it doesn't really matter. They're contesting, and once there,
that is true.
Nurgle is pretty tanky. Vampire because it's just slow.
Yes, as you know, speed is quite important in the normal battles.
Dwarfs.
But in domination,
So
in
if
domination.
dwarves go against Nurgle, then that could be like
Oh
a
God!
very
So
tanky,
slow.
tanky drag fest. We'll see how it
It
goes.
is gonna be so slow. I hope it happens.
I hope it does.
I'll take a nap. Oh man.
Okay, last pick. Maybe something to counter the Nurgle or Vampire Coast. Maybe these two picks.
Lizardman, good
Lizardman.
choice.
Yeah. Quite strong as well. And what will Drakens round it out with? Maybe.
See, one of the things I
maybe
do want
Grand
to talk
Cafe.
about. I do want to talk about the bands, though. One thing that I do appreciate, because if you are smart about your bands, the S tiers are going to get banned. You might have a couple of them slipping in, but this
Or maybe just ban
prevents really
shitty
lopsided
factions
home.
and then you pick the OP factions Empire.
Or the opponent picks it and they basically get a default win. So,
But you can also pick
there's
them, the OP factions.
the...
It is like whole draft strategy. I just hope
It is.
we're going to see different ban strategies. Not like all the same factions getting banned and then various getting picked, but I would like to see Bretonnia and Chaos Dwarfs slip through, because like for example, if both Bretonnia and Chaos Dwarfs aren't banned, then one player gets one each, and maybe they even face each other, and we'll see who's more OP. Anyway,
Quite so.
we've got our factions selected. I can pause the screen. Whoops. Enlarge panels. There we go. Much nicer. And screenshot. Okay, so team picks first. Drakens counters.
Yep.
And in the meantime, while they are deciding their... And to be honest, Drakens is already there. So, might as well. Let's see what the map is on the bracket. Lost Temple of Sotek. Okay, invite player, and bam, lobby key, you can join. I mean, I could stay on this screen so that the viewers can just see what factions are available to both players. I could just switch to the game, but in the game, like, this is not much. It's just the map being selected. As we aren't looking at their builds, not to reveal them. Keeping that, what is it, competitive integrity. There we go, very important.
Yep.
Thing. Making sure everything is as fair as possible. Okay, Phoenix King and Circa in the meantime are saying GG. So waiting just to hear from them who won. Could be 1-1, could be 2-0. First match was spoilers, I guess. You can mute me for 5 seconds. Kislev versus High Elves, and Kislev won.
Okay. The password is... What was the password?
303. Okay, so team is going Lizardman. So now Drakens to decide what he's countering them with. Maybe the Empire, as he picked them last after seeing all factions the team has picked.
I do want to see that composition too. This is going to be interesting.
I mean, against Lizardman, both Empire and Vampire counts. He is going Empire, yeah. But they're both good counters, since they would have a lot of armor piercing. But that is if Lizardmen are going beasts. They don't necessarily have to. They have quite a large variety of units. They can pick, well, quite a various amount of like metas, different ideas for the
Good.
composition. Special and Folks God in the meantime have reported 2-0 for special. So let's update that while we're at it. I will switch over to the bracket. We're still waiting for them to prepare their...
Oh, special versus Fox God, you mean?
Yeah, you already reported. Nice.
Yes.
So now special against Michel and Force Good versus Augito. Augito, from what he said, he should be home in 5 minutes. So it's fine if they can play that. Also, let's see. A loser of quarterfinal 3. No, that is happening. So they'll have an opponent there. If it was quarterfinal 4, which is the one that didn't happen, that would get them a bye. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, that's the bracket at the moment. Let's go back to the game.
Yep, looks like our quarterfinals are proceeding quite well. Yeah, everything's under control. And yeah, lower bracket, yeah, these things are normal. People to drop out and everything. But we'll see. As I said, let's get back into the game. We have got a similar strategy, it seems. Or is it?
No, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
No, I'm not going to spoil anything. Just speculating.
Saying similar, I mean, they know what they have picked if they hear that.
Here's the thing. I am speculating based on what I'm seeing, what kind of strategies we will see. And honestly, I have no friggin' idea. Is it going to be similar? Is it not? I cannot tell. Not only have they not finished picking, but like you can take this in so many ways. And this is one of the things I enjoy about this mode so much. Is like you can amass your forces, you can try to take it early. All of those things are valid. And one thing that I have noticed as well is that experienced players do take these things into account, where the spawn points are and how the reinforcements are going to come in.
Large is the Ultra. True. Got them default settings. It is Ultra now. Also, I mean, when I play campaign, it is on Ultra, so maybe it doesn't take it from there and it's just in general default to large. Cost is almost an auto loss. Yeah, I mean, I think in the previous patches they sat on a higher win ratio, but I personally never liked them. They're just kind of slower, weaker vampires. They do have ranged units, but if you want ranged units like guns and stuff, Cafe, Empire, Kislev, better choices, I think. So they do have that unique combination of being undead and having gunpowder. But in general, they're just too weak. Too weak, I think. I would say they have niches, but those niches are very niche. But, I mean, they have been picked as a counter after seeing Norska. So, maybe that's the plan.
Could be. I want to see it on the field.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, game is tricking us, pressing ready, then unpressing it.
I think that might be the universal language for ready up, slow butt.
And then just stay ready yourself. Also, we'll see if we will see the coast. Might be 2-0 without the coast being picked. But then
Could be.
again, it was his first pick out of all 3 factions. Well, the Empire is ready, or the Visenland, if I recognize the coat of arms correctly, versus Hexoatl. Balthazar Gelt. I wonder if he'll unsummon him again, but this time around he doesn't. Oh, not he, because it was Gromminal unsummoning. But if Balthazar Gelt would be unsummoned again. But there's no other wizard, so it makes sense for Balthazar Gelt to stay on the ground. And he himself is a decent wizard. Like, what is it? Seer of Doom is a very powerful and cheap spell.
Yes, it is. Like, I don't know if you remember back when we were playing head-to-head, I was telling you how Archaon is kind of like a min-maxer wizard, which makes sense in the lore. His first spell is Seer of Doom,
wait, what happened?
Oh.
We like dropped out of the game. What?
Oh, there was a desync in the game.
Yep, okay. It happens, I guess. Yep. Goes battle as a spectator. Okay.
I mean, I'm able to see, did it kick you out?
Well, was only I was kicked out?
I think so. I was still in the game.
Yeah, let's just restart it.
Yep.
Actually,
it's still hosted.
Let's just restart it. It's easier and safer.
Yeah.
So wait. Did you go into a battle or did you kick you out? And I was the only one kicked out of the lobby.
Yeah, you were only one kicked out of the lobby.
But the battle didn't proceed.
No, they left.
Okay, good. Yeah, so it was just new host.
Yes. Can you open a spectator slot?
I did. Okay, Lost Temple of Sotek. There we go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's so weird that it doesn't host with 2 spots in each team as default. Why do you have to collect that? Okay, so quarterfinal match 3. That is special versus Michael. Okay, Michael is on top of it. Nice. And press ready. Go. You're already back then. No, he's making sure he has the same build as before. Well, thanks to the delay, maybe it is being shown in the stream right now. I'm also really looking forward to gathering all the statistics after the tournament and seeing how many different matchups we've had.
Yeah.
I mean, so far, well, as ourselves are on the third battle, and we've already seen the Empire twice, but other than that, no faction has repeated so far.
And Empire makes perfect sense. Empire has always been a faction that's versatile.
Even go, now I like this build much more. Not fan of the regular archers or huntsmen or whatever, but much bigger of a fan of swordsmen and spearmen with shields. Spearmen.
Mhm.
I don't like what I call swords of Sigmar or something.
Yes.
I think they're way overpriced for what they offer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if like Unbreakable is worth that price point, but I might be wrong.
I mean, it's pretty much double the price. I would much rather just have two regular swordsmen, that one that just doesn't retreat and just dies.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how they will be used. Last time, I mean, they held a point, but it doesn't matter that you're holding the point when there's more enemies than you.
Yeah.
Wrong game. It's not off of Perseverance. Last second YOLO to save the game. Okay, well, let's see the builds. We've discussed a little bit the Empire build. Let's see what the Lizardmen have. King Skirmishers being put forward. I think they can hide in any terrain, right? No, just
Yes.
forests.
Oh, just forests.
It's
Oh, they
kings,
do have a
not
lot.
chameleons. Yeah. But there's plenty of forests for them to hide in. So, still good enough. Let's see, Saurus Warriors instead of Skinks. So, still cheap infantry, but not the cheapest. Kind of a middle ground. I think they're still fine. Temple Guards is kind of where the price gets a little bit too high for what they offer.
Right.
And Skin Cohorts, they are weak. So Saurus, pretty good choice. 52 weapon strength, that is very respectable.
That is a lot, yeah.
They have shields, so good against the Empire as well. But Saurus Warriors don't, but I mean, Saurus Warriors with shields have shields. We just see some variants with shields and some with not. So good against Empire. Although the Empire didn't bring that many ranged units, just 2 units of archers. Or huntsmen. Which should quite easily win against King Skirmishers unless they getting jumped on. And we also have great cannons, which should be able to open up on the enemy pretty much as soon as the match starts. Then again, quite a lot of obstacles in forests.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if it is going to be relevant here.
It should be able to achieve something, but maybe not as much as it would on, for example, Glade of the Everqueen, which is just like nice grass in the middle, and forests are only on the outskirts.
Yeah, I mean, they will not be able to provide that capture weight, but the question is, will that even be relevant? Well, we will see. I cannot figure out what the strategies are going to be. Empire is
Sure, I
definitely going
mentioned
to go something
Salamander.
versatile.
It's kind of an artillery piece. Looking forward to seeing its fiery breath. Alongside Slan Mage Priest of Light. Let's see the spells. Earthblood, Awakening of the Wood, very good. Banishment, that's a bound spell. Also, Blood Statuette of Spite. Direct damage ability with 4 uses. So only 2 spells, both of them pretty cheap. Earthblood and Awakening of the Wood, no dwellers below. Admittedly, he said that she thinks it was nerfed like way back, but from what I know, the nerf did kind of fuck all. And it's still very powerful. It's just more on par with like bits of shades.
Oh, unit size is wrong. Yeah.
Unit size-
Looks like
Oh, because I restarted. Are they calling it out and I want to change? Yeah, it was set to ultra, then we restarted because of this sync.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Yep. Let's rehost. Oh, good. We can just continue from here.
Nope. It is ultra now. Also, unit caps got fucking disabled. I remember unit caps being always up by default. Maybe it's the UI mod that changes it.
Could be.
Well, everything's fine now.
Exactly.
So maybe we didn't have the unit caps probably were last time because it was like the lobby from before, and now it was enabled or disabled. But they just kept the same builds, and they probably just have builds prepared anyway, with accordance to the rules. I'm really hoping we'll see Bretonia at one point. Maybe in the finals.
Right.
Or like in the lower bracket, or maybe bonus bracket, like both players are eliminated out of contention from for the win of the tournament. And be like, yeah, gentleman's agreement, Bretonia versus Chaos Dwarfs.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we are an ultra. Now those unit sizes make a little bit more sense. They're nice and round.
Oh, yeah.
No 68. What is this?
I know, right? 68. Who organizes their troops in 68s?
There we go. Yeah, and one more it would be nice. But 68. Yeah. Scotsman, now a nice 90. Pretty much the same deployment, so we should get into a battle as soon as possible. There we go. They pressed ready. And we're off. Ancient Salamander and Slan Mage already going forward. Actually, 2 Ancient Salamanders. Yeah, nice. Cannon will probably try to snipe them. But Ancient Salamanders are pretty fast. 75. That is really fast. Faster than some cavalry. So they could just run away from where the cannon is, and it isn't in the middle. Let's just send them to the 1-2 flank. And one of them getting close. Didn't get any shots off yet. Good into the Knights of the Blazing Sun, who should have fire resistance, right? No, they don't. They have spell resistance.
They do not.
They do fire damage though. I thought they also had fire resistance. Balthasar Geld on a Pegasus with Searing Doom and Plague of Rast.
Ooh, yep, that's Salamander.
Nice dodges.
Nice dodge.
Oh, there are actually 3 units of Huntsman. Oh, one of them was summoned.
Yep.
Just Salamander firing back. Ooh, nice. Right in the middle. 9 soldiers down already. Really nice. Yep. 129 value.
Range.
Cannon's trying to snipe it, but probably not gonna happen.
Nope,
Skank
too many up.
His archers in the middle. They could get him for the forest.
Now here's what I'm wondering. Why aren't the skink infantries not moving? There we go.
Skink infantry or Saurus? Yeah, he just didn't move Saurus warriors.
Yeah. I did. Yeah.
It looks like point number 3 will just go into the hands of Empire. It isn't really contested. They have Turtle Riders, but they can contest as a flying unit. Saurus Warriors are not being sent in, so Tim is just giving up on that point.
Yep.
He'll get 2 with 1 unit and just trying to skirmish with Ancient Salamanders. Which, this one, now he's scored a point with a 53 value.
From the foe.
Not very good. Now Huntsman and Stillen's Revenge firing in. As much as he can dodge archers, it will be much more difficult to dodge bullets.
Yes. They are using the forest to their advantage. I'm liking that, but I'm not understanding, why does the Lizardmen not move their lines? Are they waiting for something?
I mean, looking at the skirmish, the ranged skirmish right now, they
Yeah.
do have an advantage. They're trading up at the moment, but it's a very, very slight trade. We'll see in the end if it will be worth the point loss that he is suffering right now.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
only 60 points difference at the moment, so not that big of a deal.
But they did lose those 2 points.
Yeah, I mean, it will widen. There we go. We see some King Skirmishes going in, Searing Doom being cast on them. Dodged pretty nicely, just scraping them a little bit in the back. Oh, Styron's Revenge actually just missing. King Skirmishing is answering back, getting shot by archers as well. Knights of the Blazing Sun threatening, but they're not as threatening in the forest. Or a forest, as there are many here.
We just had a little
Turtle
terror
Riders, yeah, I see that.
dropping off their bombs and now getting into... Are they getting into... Yep, they are getting into melee.
Yeah, they should probably fly up and maybe try going after the artillery. It's kind of unprotected.
Yep, they are pulling...
That cavalry scratched them quite a little, down to half HP on those Turtle Riders.
Yep. And finally we have the infantry moving in and the Croxigor reinforcements coming in, and now they're coming in closer, pushing out Empire.
Yeah, that makes sense. Waiting for Croxigors makes a lot of sense, to wait and just use Salamanders for skirmishing in the meantime.
Yep.
But it is only one unit of Croxigors being summoned on the free flank. Let's see, Turtle Riders. What are they looking for? Maybe they just want to bombard the cavalry.
Yep.
Salamanders, oh, they're stationary. They're just suffering now from Huntsmen. The Huntsmen have anti-large missiles.
Yeah, they do.
Skink Skirmishers being sent into melee. Oh, now they changed their mind after seeing Knights of the Blazing Sun. Speaking of blazing, that Styron's Revenge is now ablaze. Balthazar might be looking for another spell cast. I doubt he'd go into melee. Yeah, looks like he changed his mind.
Oh, I think he was scouting to see what was in the woods.
Maybe.
I still don't see this one unit of Skink Skirmishers. So anything can happen. I love this.
I think they are aware of it, that it is somewhere there. Now it is spotted.
Now it is spotted, yeah.
Croxigors. Now they're walking backwards.
Yep. Now Empire is, kind of handily has the advantage there.
I mean, still, Lizardman is slightly up in value, but it's such a minuscule difference.
Yeah, very minuscule.
That now we are at 200 points of difference between them.
Yes.
It's starting to get less and less convincing.
Yeah,
But still, not the end of the world. You win at 1500.
Yeah, exactly.
But, in case something doesn't go exactly to plan, which I imagine the plan is to capture all 3 points, at some point it has to be, it might get difficult. He also has 1000 value, yeah, exactly, so he can summon another unit of Croxigors. We'll see if at 2, if he'll be comfortable. Artillery now targeting Saurus Warriors, and I thought he was dodging. Just thinking twice about it. It is a pretty slow unit though. But then again, at such a range, artillery isn't going to be that effective. We see a little push on the right flank again of the Lizardmen. As you mentioned, Salamanders. Oof!
Kind of like a fake,
Outriders with Grain Lodges got quite a lot of damage into them. And their
But-
grenades mostly missed. We've got a charge now.
the Blazing Sun. Come on, charge in. There we go.
Saurus Spears are coming out of the woods, so the charge wasn't that very effective.
It was not. It was
They did a whole 31 damage value. Let's see if Saurus Spears can do anything though. No, they are not willing to leave the forest. But now the retaliation comes and they're getting shot in the back as they are retreating. So nice bait. That was quite a positive trade on the side of Tim.
And I also like to point out that the artillery is now aiming at the Croxigors. Even though they're using the forest as a cover, they're taking damage.
Yep. Let's see the value on the artillery. 180, not much. It loses like a third of its ammunition. Another skirmish and another charge denied.
Love this move. Yeah, that reminds me. That's how I like to play as well. Just get those infantry in there, let it bait.
Now we're getting grand launches into the Saurus Spears.
Ooh, that's
They're being countered by the Salamanders though. Yeah, I'm really liking the Salamanders. Terran's Revenge. Yikes. They are getting ready. Yeah, the Salamanders already racked up over 1,000 value between the two of them. Doing pretty nicely, and they're both above half of ammunition.
Yep.
So pretty promising. There's a Plague of Rust, upgrade the minus 60 armor. Okay, now they have to make it count. And they're going to charge. There's still spears, just with less armor, or 0 armor to be precise. Still being charged with cavalry.
Oh, and now, but they got getting healed with Earth
King
Blood.
Skirmishers going to melee against Spearmen.
Not a good idea. And the Knights of the Blazing Sun. So
We just got a full-on engagement. I was expecting me to maybe go on the other side, but there we go. Croxigors are closing in. They are the damage dealers of the build.
Yep, and we've got the Feral Cold Ones coming in from the back. I think the timing here was quite off. But, well, we'll see how they pull.
See, now the Croxigors have engaged, and Spearmen are moving in to counter. Halberds have also been summoned in quite large quantity. So they should be able to deal with Croxigors pretty nicely. They have 100 armor, so you'll need that halberd armor piercing.
Yes. Absolutely. Without it, they're not going to survive for long.
Ancient Salamander now in melee against Knights of the Blazing Sun, providing terror very nicely, getting them off the field. Searing Doom coming down on Saurus Spears. It's a pretty good value. And another Plague of Rust.
I love how this
artillery is being attacked by another unit of now Reaper Riders.
They are charging in, and cavalry
answers.
Yep, cavalry answers. Hippogriff Knights are coming in. They're gonna wipe out that unit if they manage.
Even before they lost, they're already down to half. The question is, will the artillery run away? I think they should hold on. They should be safe for now, although there are 2 units of Fur Cold Ones running amok in the middle. Let's see, Croxigors, and they're not getting that much value given how low on HP they already are.
Yes.
So Halberds doing their pretty good work.
They are. Hippogriffs have just charged into the Cold Ones and they went berserk.
Yeah, also point number 2 has been flipped on the side of Lizardman, but it is Empire that is now up in value.
Yes. So we kind of have a change of... Wait, are we? I'm seeing the Lizardmen having 1,000 advantage right now.
Yeah, I'm talking about like damage dealt.
Ah, damage dealt, I see.
Also, that one is inaccurate because it doesn't take into account spells.
I see. Yeah, in that case, yes, the Empire is winning with a 2,000 advantage on that front.
Yep, really nice shield shielding the Hippogriff Knights that are going against Croxigors. Oh no, they are anti-large. Oh yeah, they are halberds. Okay, yeah.
Yes,
I just look at the icon and that didn't look like a halberd, so I thought they were the standard variant. Oh, Awakening of the Wood kinda missing. I think
Not
over here on the other blob would be a much better target at explosion spell. But right flank is pretty much mopped up from old brother. Both players are winning on the right flanks respectively.
yes.
Balthazar the Geralt now in melee against an Ancient Salamander, but he's under no threat really.
However, the points have not yet been flipped, so anything can happen.
In terms of the point gain per second now, Tim would win in 6 minutes.
Yes.
We'll see how point number 3 goes, but I don't really imagine it going any other way than, well, still being under control of the Empire. Slan Mage doesn't have the safety of Balthazar Geralt, who can just fly up and very quickly run away. Slan Mage is very slow, now being attacked by Demigryph Knights with Halberds, which are pretty much the perfect unit to take care of him. On the other hand, they are low on HP and morale already. But still, should find some really good value before they go down. And they went down pretty quickly.
Lines.
Crocs, yours are still croxing.
Unfortunately, they are almost dead.
They
That's
got 1,000 value though, so not that bad. The other ones though got only 300. That is pretty bad.
But the Demigryphs have just been routed.
Actually,
And-
point number 3 went over to Lizardman anyway, despite all the Empire units that are over there.
Yeah, because they got routed, and so they lost their
And
capture.
the Clutch Skin cohort with javelins just capture weight.
Yes.
And they're being pushed off because they still have like quite a large amount of ranged units which cannot really get close.
Exactly. And so
3 minutes until Tim wins, if that continues.
let's see if he can hold it for 3 more minutes. And honestly, he might.
Yeah, the
Unless-
advantage is pretty much nullified at the moment. They are about to be equal in points.
Very. Like, those shields that we saw over there were brilliant. At first I was like, okay, is this just, to get a bit more value? No. It was to
Searing Dome in the middle of nowhere now.
complete miss.
Pretty big miss.
That's a
Given that this is such a good target over here, like such a big blob.
It is. I am so disappointed. But more
This
than
must have been a misclick.
out, the shield was crucial there because their capture weight did not go down while Empire's was going down, allowing him to flip to point 3. And now, only 2 minutes remaining. Let's see if the Empire will be able to.
Most of Empire units are in retreat. Looking at damage dealt as gold value, they're pretty much equal. But if the standing gold on the field is anything to go by, it is 300 advantage to 3,000. Sorry, 3,000 advantage to Lizardman. And that Ancient Salamander at 1.3k value, almost full health, still rampaging in the backline, still having some ammunition, but now it's just going full melee. And those grenade launchers can't really get close to a big blob of infantry because they're constantly being chased away by something. Oh, sneaky backup maybe? Point number 2 is going over to Drakins with 2 units that just rallied in the background. Still 15 Demigryphs Knights, but since he doesn't have any healing capabilities, those are not going to be very useful, apart from providing the capture weight, which is pretty decent. Feral Cold Ones being summoned to counter that, but why were they summoned so far away and not directly at 2? Also, we could just turn around some of the infantry to go there and answer. Maybe he just doesn't care. Like, he'll win, but a little bit later.
Yep. 1 more minute. I'm not seeing Empire turning this one around. I still find this like one thing that I have observed so far is
Or
that
wait, alternatively, he just didn't notice at all.
could be. What I'm thinking is one thing that I've noticed is that it looks like the strategy of marshalling your forces first and then marching forward rather than relying on your first position.
There we go. He just gave up. That's
Yep.
fine.
That is fine.
Save the replay just in case. Also, if you're wondering why we're using the UI mod, yeah, those additional information in the top left corner is cool. but it's mainly because of the replays. Like, it just instantly names your replay very nicely, and since there is like a thing where somebody leaves the lobby, you have 10 seconds to save the replay. Sometimes that's not enough. And you need to just call like, and then it's like, which battle is this?
True.
So this is pretty convenient. Okay, so it is 1-0 to team. Let's see if Drakins can answer. Although he was countering, he picked Empire as the counter to Lizardman, which didn't work out. We'll see how that goes now. In the meantime, let's check out how the rest is going.
Yep, let's take a look. Looks like we've got some questions in the lower brackets. Phoenix King is asking that these guys are not here, if he can proceed. Waiting to confirm. Alric Krell just came in and said he got sick.
It happens. I mean, Alric Krell, he would be against Sleepy Lion, who is also out, which then he would be against the loser of quarterfinal 2, which is between Serka and Phoenix King. So, if despite being sick, he feels like it, he can play against him. That's fine. Okay, we're gonna see Coast countered by Nurgle. No, wait, not Nurgle. Norska. I just saw Anne and I was like, yeah, Nurgle. And it's Norska.
Yep. Okay, Vampire Coast versus Norska. My bet is gonna be on Norska.
Yep. Oh boy, that is a pretty big mismatch. Unless it's like a Marauder spam and it somehow gets perfectly countered by those Grenadiers, or maybe like stupid Mammoth that just goes in and dies to missiles, but that's not gonna happen. But we'll see. I mean, he picked it first. Maybe he has something in his sleeve. I mean, why else? Why else? Maybe he's going for some kind of a cheese build.
Could be. Never know.
Also, we are in the middle of a desert. What is Norska doing here? Well, desert.
Vacation.
More like savanna or something. I don't know. So Phoenix King, so he was in the quarterfinals, right? Against Serka, so Serka 1-0. Okay, let me update that in the meantime.
Yeah, Alric, we're still waiting for him to see if he is going to be able to make. Yeah, for Phoenix King, we will see.
His lower bracket, round 2. Okay, we're still picking their armies. That's cool. Then maybe let's give our viewers a glimpse of the bracket.
Yes, indeed. So, Folks God reported Algita did not show up.
Yep,
So
that. Okay, so Fogzot would be playing against the loser of quarterfinal match number 3. So either Special or Michael. If Special, if Michael wins, then he would have a rematch against Special on
That
a
is
different
correct.
map. We'll see if that would change anything. Or knowing after how the draft went, maybe he would adjust his strategy.
Yeah, that's the good thing about
Let's see what
rematches.
other matches we have coming up. Serka has already won his quarterfinal. After both Serka and Finskin got a free bye up to the quarterfinal, so he's now waiting in the semi-final, waiting for the winner between Tim and Drakins. So that could be the match we're going to watch next.
Yep.
At the same time, Special Michael is happening, but it just started. I mean, maybe they're about to finish the first match. We'll see.
Yes.
Wait. Two pings suddenly. Alric is messaging me. Can write because I. Wait, what? Oh. Anyway. I am too weak now, so better just announce my opponent.
So is Alric conceding?
Yes.
Okay then. Both of them are out, so that means Phoenix King proceeds to lower bracket round 3.
Did you put that in the bracket already? Phoenix King?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Let's just like this. Yeah, they're ready. Okay, let's go. That takes priority.
Sure does.
Good, I think like my chat just refreshed, or within a minute you wrote like a whole page.
I think it just refreshed.
Yeah. So I was thinking, oh, are they not writing anything? I don't know, they were writing, it's just my chat stalled. Sorry for that. For a tournament without at least a limitation in Greenlands will only be played in a mirror. There are no mirror matches in our tournament. The format doesn't allow that. I was thinking about whether we should allow mirror matches, but I think it's more fun if they aren't allowed.
I agree. We'll see. We'll, take that into account.
I mean, as all the feedback that we've gotten about the tournaments, nobody mentioned like, oh, you should allow mirror matches. There's no feedback like that.
Yeah, so far we haven't received that feedback.
But yeah, you feel free to provide that feedback if you feel like mirror matches are important and you would like to see them. But I think we can definitely do without them. Anyway, let's focus on the match at hand. We've got, the aforementioned bombers by me. He went all ham on them with bringing all 5, which is probably the max you can bring. That rules allow 6 of anything, it's just max 4 or 5 most usually. Murder champions on the other side, so slightly more elite infantry but still chaff. And yeah, I said if there is a Marauder spam, the bombers, if used well, that could be the counter.
Yes.
We'll see if that happens. Wulfric, not on a Mammoth, on his horse. And Marauder Hunters with Javelins, this is just Marauders. They're just all variants of Marauders, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm curious how one thing that I'm curious about is how will the Depth Guard perform? Because they have regeneration while in melee. So they might be able to grind down the enemy. I'm just trying to root for the underdog. I'm just trying to justify rooting for the underdog.
Why do you say Depth Guard?
in the reinforcements.
Oh, reinforcements, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, I'm not showing the build, so I don't know what they have in reinforcements.
Yeah,
Speaking of which, I was wondering what Norska has in reinforcements, because at the moment they have only Marauders.
Yes.
So do they just have more Marauders? I think they just run out of Marauders because they've just picked almost all of them.
Yeah.
A Fire
That's
Mage
true.
with just the Burning Head. No, I don't know, what's the other spell? No Vortex spell, and no Bombardment spell. I forgot their names, sorry.
Yeah, piercing bolts of burning, and the firestorm.
Firestorm, there we go. Yeah. There's a summit on something like that. Okay, pretty slow development, meaning that, well,
Quite slow.
Vampire Coast is just slow, but at least it's moving. Norska is just not moving.
It is. We're seeing a very similar strategy as the last time here.
So I would
personally-
expect Fenrir's in reinforcements being the damage dealers,
Yes.
the big damage dealers in the place of Croxigors. So pretty much the same
Yeah.
idea as last time, except we don't see any like large monsters that harass the enemy because, well, Norska just doesn't have that.
Personally, I would have have moved
Or a
the
Manticore
Marauders.
and
Oh,
Northern
Manticore. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good harassment. Yep, to answer the flyers.
Deck droppers getting some nice value. Just a single volley, 89 already. They don't have that much ammunition though.
Yeah,
But they
know,
could be unsummoned.
That's true. You know, Marauder Horsemen hold a special place in my heart because that's Marauder. Thanks to Marauder Horsemen, I won my very first tournament in Warhammer 1. Back then, Marauder Horsemen were like considered chaff, just not worth bringing. And I was playing against dwarves of all things. It was like the final picks, and the Marauder Horsemen actually managed to pull through just over time. And here I'm very happy to see that they are much more valuable. And here you see them pushing away the deck droppers. Even though, yeah, their stats is nothing to write home about.
Yeah, the Pheromone
Still,
Core and
leave
so
them
on wouldn't
alone.
be able to deal much damage as it is just a single entity, but by Murder Horsemen, if they're tied up, Murder Horsemen can shut them down.
Yes.
We have also another unit of deck droppers, Regiment of Renown on the left side, but so far it hasn't found any targets. It is being shot.
Yeah.
That's probably
I
from
mean,
Murder's
Fell
idea.
Bats against Feral Manticores. I'm not sure what's the plan over there, because Feral Manticore will win on value.
Hold in place, I think. That's
guess.
the idea. But hold it in place for... Oh, there we go. Zombie Pirate Gunner remote.
Ah, there we go. Now I see the idea. Now I see it.
They're getting a lot of value of 5 already.
Mhm. Yeah.
But I get Fireball moving, so that's pretty good.
Yep.
While moving very slowly at speed of 23.
Yeah, the Norska checkerboard formation. I don't know. I would have probably moved them a lot closer. Maybe they're baiting them to go into point 2. It's being like, hey, look at this open point over here. Totally not a trap.
Yeah, also would take him away from the reinforcements, and that would only be like half
Yes.
of the army.
Exactly. That's one thing that I appreciated because of reinforcements points. That supply line
We
factor
have
becomes a
Wind
big
of
issue.
Death this time around on the Vampire Fleet. Admiral Pistol Vampires. Very cool name. Rolls of the tongue. Oh, we're going to have some infantry engagement on the far left side. Or right, depending on which side you're looking from.
Side you're looking at, yeah.
Well, the bombers, I mean, they probably have smaller efficiency in the forest, as some missiles are most likely getting blocked. Yeah, like just now. The Marauder chip is just taking them away of the forest, but maybe that's the plan. Get them in the open so that
Could be.
missiles can be more efficient.
Could be
Felbats
the
attacking
idea.
from behind.
They're not taking the bait.
Into Murder Horseman.
Yep.
And
Into
there's another
Marauder
unit
Horseman.
coming in. Let's see if Marauders will now retreat. Also, we are about to get a clash in the middle for point number 3. Wolfric already on the point. Marauder champions versus zombies with pole arms.
Yeah, but we did have a pretty good burning head over there. Lost most of
I
their
missed
health,
that.
and now they're crumbling. Yeah, now point one is about to
Oh,
be
Norscan
contested.
ice trolls. I was expecting Fimers, but Norscan ice trolls. Yeah, that makes more sense probably. But the horsemen
Certainly
going in
does.
after deck bombers. One of them is already wiped out. That's probably the burning head, right? Very
Yes.
good target. Yeah, that's like your
Very
biggest
good.
counter. Or another wind spell. Oh, it got called off, I think. That'll be Wind of Death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if they target it like that, maybe they could take out like 2 units.
Yeah.
Oh, Hunters. Oh, there we go. Now it goes through. Yeah, one is completely wiped out. The other I kind of missed. Well, that's Marauders just shattered immediately.
Yeah.
But no problem. It's just another unit of Marauders, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, another Burning Head.
And they're cheap.
Has been destroyed.
Kind of their own Norse controls, but
I mean, yeah, this
Well,
mode
if you
is all
cast,
about
like,
value.
earlier, that would be like additional 3 units you would hit with that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Norse controls
So,
get terror routed. The other ones are routing as well. But trolls
That's
are known for shit morale, and they usually come back.
That's why I'm not too sure why it's a good idea to bring them here, because you don't want to seed the ground. But yeah, you know, their regeneration, they still regenerate while they're routing.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea. They route, regenerate a
Yeah.
little bit, and come back. But yeah, he's also losing the front line. The Marauders are not holding up very well at the moment. All the deck bombers and bombers with grenades, they're doing a pretty good job.
Oh, we got a little surprise from the Vampire Coast here. On point one, Marauders are winning, but Depth Guard have just arrived. And they're gonna make a quick work of those
There
Marauders.
is a dual weapons variant.
Mm.
Yeah, once you
Oh.
have a Death Guard on top of a point, they can pretty much just hold it on their own with maybe a little bit of help. They do have javelins aiming at them, but they
Yes.
are not armor piercing, they are anti-large.
Yeah, and also
But it did some
Depth
damage
Guard
already.
has regeneration,
Yeah,
so
yeah, that will help a lot.
something.
Oh, Wolfric is going over there. Maybe he'll use his ability. He still has 1 use of Seafang.
Mm-hmm.
Vampire Coast has one around point 3. Now they could shift around and just facilitate their hold of point number 3, because, well, Norska now has 2 points. Points have almost equalized at the moment.
They are, and the Depth Guard has lost a decent chunk of their health already. That is a lot of damage that they're taking. Looks like Wolfric coming in really swung it in their favor. Vampire Coast, though, is exchanging
it
fairly
is
decent.
scrambling.
Mm-hmm. But I think the advantage of Norska is just going to keep adding up. I mean, superior melee is quite important in this format. What I'm not liking there is
They
this
do have a slight
Lamprey's
advantage now, I
Revenge.
think, yeah. More
This
trolls are
Lamprey's
coming in.
Lamprey's Revenge being... I think this is kind of overextended here.
Yeah, it is a ranged unit. I mean, maybe not primarily, but it has the range capabilities, and now it's being thrown into melee. Also quite far away. And even though they are like all around point number 3, they're not on top of point number 3. Now it's almost captured.
Yeah, they're losing it, even though they're actually
Now
they're
getting
winning
it
the
by better
battle, but
control.
losing it. Yep, right under their noses.
I mean, still, like a good Wind of Death that wipes out multiple units could still turn it around. Question is if
Yes.
an opportunity for that will even ever present itself.
Exactly, like that whole idea depends on the Norska making a mistake of blobbing up.
And it's not
Now
very effective against ice rolls.
It is not. It's really not.
Another burning head.
We've got Norska,
yeah.
yep, burning
Quite a
head
lot of,
into Depth Guard.
units.
Yep, a lot of units have just went down.
I was like, maybe they don't
Crumbled
need
away.
Death Guard over here because they are firmly in control of the point, but they aren't. They're about to lose it.
Yep, and now with the
Now,
point
3
one,
points.
Depth Guard has been pretty disappointing on point 1. They lost basically in melee against Marauder champions and Marauders. I mean,
That is
Marauder
good
champions are no joke.
Yeah,
I mean, they have
that's
pretty-
why Norska is one of the top tier factions.
Yeah,
Just very good, effective, cheap infantry,
yeah.
which is the name of the game. Yeah,
Yeah, Norska is all about. all about bang for your buck. And decently versatile too. Sure, they don't have like long-range infantry, but they have Marauder Horsemen that is mobile, Marauder Hunters that is good.
Well, we're getting comments that, yeah, the Vampire Coast is doing better than expected, but still not doing very well. Also, it is a comment saying that about what happened 2 minutes ago. Back then, they still looked a little bit better. I know the collapse was kind of already visible.
It was. And now Norse can control of all 3 points. I'm really not seeing how the Vampire Coast is going to come back from this.
Yeah, I think they have only Winds of Magic for 1 more cast of Winds of Death, yeah. But they need to wait for the magic to replenish. Right now they're at 7, they need 15. So they might not even get it in time.
Very true.
I mean, they will, but... yeah, I'm seeing it. Fresh units coming in, Murder Berserkers, Marauders, Norse Trolls coming in. With half HP, so pretty decent.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Oh, they just used Invocation of the Heck, I think.
Yeah, they've been using that quite a lot, which is reasonable. But yeah, I'm not seeing the value here. The speed of Norska, the value of Norska is just way too much. And even with Depth Guard, like you would think Depth Guard would perform so much better, but they're really not.
Yeah,
I mean, if you look at the
what I liked
stats...
about the pirates, like, yeah, you summon a unit, right? You summoned Zombie Pirate Deck and Mob.
Has been destroyed.
23 speed. Like,
And, like,
dude,
the
before they
stats-
get into the point, the battle will be over. Whereas you look at Marauders, 35 speed. Oh, reasonable.
But more than that, look at the Marauder Berserker stats: 64 and rising, melee attack, and 25 defense. I mean, that makes sense, but that's better than Depth Guard. You know, tier 4 unit, 3 or 4 units, and losing to a tier 2. You know, that's a lot of value.
Also, yeah, I was wondering, we didn't see animated hogs. They were brought, but they never were summoned. Where animated hogs are like one of the best units that Vampire Coast has to offer. Unless they got nerfed heavily.
No idea. We didn't see them.
I know they used to be very good. But yeah, just Martyr is like so many kills on all of them. I mean, so many kills, well, it's like they killed zombies, so... yeah, the value isn't very impressive over there, but still, pretty decent. And a convincing victory. Which means 2-0.
Yep, Tim 2-0
for Team. Yep. So now Tim he'll be facing Serika. And that will be our first best of 5. So, yeah, maybe let's just go there. I think Serika is Nerexai in my chat, right? So, yeah, thanks for sticking in. Now we'll cast your match. Okay, let's announce that.
Grombrindal said he's not continuing, right?
He said he's uncertain because of the storm.
Okay, let me check.
He was supposed to be playing... Ocharix withdrew because something came up, and then he was supposed to play... yeah, Drakins, yeah. So if
Grombrindal is offline.
I'll just ping him, and if he doesn't answer, then Drakins just advances. And he will be facing Phoenix King in a lower bracket, round 3. Okay. So now we're looking at semi-final number 1. Here we are. Okay. So winner of quarterfinal 1 is Team, and winner of quarterfinal 2 is Serika. Here we go. You guys have been pinged. We're going to cast this. And it is our first best of 5 draft.
It is.
So let me
Give me a second. Just gonna
Go
take a
ahead with
quick
that.
bio break.
spectator, enlarge panels. Use a draft. Yeah, team took the correct spot. That's great. Let me switch on the overlay so you see the draft. There we go. Oh, it kind of like goes out of bounds. There we go. I mean, it does it for me, but it's like zoomed in on the stream. How do the maps work again? Okay, so we have map number 1 for the first 2 matches. Map 2 for the remaining ones. Let me host that. I mean, we already hosted, so might as well use this. Or maybe I'll re-host to avoid the desync that we had before. Unit caps, unit scale, ultra, map, Graveyard of Aldorf. Oh shit, I hosted it as a player. Host a spectator. And there we go. Ultra and unit caps are remembered, okay.
Yep, looks like Grombrindal is dropping out, and so Drakens is going to play Phoenix King in the lower bracket.
Very cool. Yeah, okay, they have already started. First ban, Wood Elves. That is the first time we're seeing Wood Elves. Well, at least I am seeing Wood Elves from what I've seen. But I think I've seen somebody type in Wood Elves in post probably between Circa and Phoenix King. The Wood Elves Kislev banned as well. Bretonnian Ogre Kingdom gone. Will Chaos Dwarfs go through? They do. Is it the first pick? Kind of logical. Yeah, there we go. That was easy to predict. But yeah, this draft is going very fast, very quick bans. Empire to counter, or maybe just a good all-around pick to get. Let's see, we still have Tomb Kings on the board, Skaven, Norska, Lisman, Vampire Counts, Wars of Chaos, pretty good. Demons of Chaos for the Be'lakor memes. I mean, I've heard Be'lakor is pretty good, but the faction sucks. But I'm not buying this Be'lakor is good enough to counter that.
No, Be'lakor is like really overpriced, and sure, some of the abilities are good, but I can see him easily getting countered. Like Archaon just wipes the floor with him.
He has such a bullshit ability. I think it is healing based on number of routing or wavering units within a certain range.
Yeah.
Which is so small. Like,
Situation, it's so niche.
I mean, even if you land in a big blob and you route the entire blob, it's going to run away from you and you're not going to be healing long.
And yeah, that, and I would like to point out, they can always return.
Yeah, but
they can always rally.
But anyway, I mean, Be'lakor is good, but maybe not for the price. We've got Vampire Counts being countered by Tomb Kings now by Serica. Greenskin picked up as well, but Snotling Pump Wagons are banned, so just a reminder.
Yep.
They can't bring them at all. And Skaven, yeah, I was also wondering whether we will see them. We saw them banned before. But it's a pick number 4 for Serka. Now Tim has to round out his composition. Let's see what's still available. He can still go for Lisman. They're still up. We'll see if he fancies that.
Yep.
Warriors of Chaos available. Some people like Khorne, some people don't. I mean, given what he has been bringing, I think it will fit. Like, you bring very good Marauders with dual weapons and then back them up with Minotaurs. Same style that has been working out for him so far.
Mm-hmm.
And those Minotaurs are really good. Marauder is also pretty good. And you can ignore the shortcomings of the faction. No magic. Beastman. Okay, this time not random. And they are finally countered by High Elves. So, no Core, no Warriors of Chaos. Okay. So, team picks first.
Mm-hmm. I've also been working with other matches to make sure they're going good. Phoenix King is going to play Drakens. So they're working with that. We're still waiting to hear from Special and Michael's game.
Okay.
Yeah, things are proceeding. So don't mind me being quiet. I'm just doing some administrative work in the background.
Yeah, same. Okay, lobby is hosted. They can join. There we go. Tim is here. What I really don't like about switching back and forth between like different applications and whatnot is the music goes in and out. Okay, since we're waiting for them to pick their factions, or rather their armies, they're both in the lobby now, so it's fine. Let's look at the bracket.
Mm-hmm.
So, Special Michael Pontifex, how is that going? Is it like 1-0 or?
It is currently 1-0. We're still waiting for them to finish. Special is 1, Michael is 0.
Okay,
They
nice.
have been at it for about 20 minutes, so I don't know what's happening there.
I mean, 20 minutes is about how long it takes because they must
No,
need to get in the lobby and whatnot.
20 minutes is from the last message.
Yeah,
So
I wouldn't worry about it.
yeah.
So that will decide the opponent of Medley, who is waiting in the second semi-final.
Yep.
And Folk's God is also waiting on the loser of that matchup in the lower bracket.
Great. Oh, I've just realized Devilite will be moving to round 3.
No.
Because
No.
Hmm?
No.
Their opponent did not show up.
No, he didn't show up. He didn't even show up. He left the Discord. He only showed out down there because Medley is online. So when she gets 2, he gets dropped down below.
Okay, so with that, the entire upper bracket is gone. So Folksy.
I mean, we're gonna have both semifinals finally. So this is like the first full round. And in terms of quarterfinals, we had 3 out of 4.
Mm-hmm. So depending on what happens with the quarterfinals, 3 Folksy will play, and they'll be moving to efforts. Okay, everything is going good so far. We've got a couple more matches after this one, and we should be done with the day 1.
Okay, in terms of our match that we have at hand, Tim has decided to go Greenskins.
Awesome.
And Serka is countering with Norska. Tim is preserving his Chaos Dwarfs for later.
Okay.
Well, it's the first time we're gonna see Greenskins. They were banned before, but not picked. So another unique matchup. Still haven't repeated a single matchup on the stream.
Oh, we finally got the results from Special and Michael. It's 1-1.
Ooh, spicy. No, folks,
It
you'll have to
is
wait a little bit more.
spicy. Yes.
So no, it got a little bit of it got a little bit delayed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Medley, for that. Not my fault. She says she's waiting 3 hours for her lunch. I mean, yeah, I still need to take into account like 2 minutes of delay. This always happens whenever there are global bans. Most players, especially RTK players, end up using them to target ban faction mates, and that is exactly why as well the system exists. It rewards you for knowing your opponent.
Yes. That's one thing that I appreciate, and I don't think it like unfairly punishes it, and it encourages people to learn other factions.
Yeah. Also, when we were playing Total War Arena, you didn't have just one opponent. You had a team of opponents, usually 10 or a number close to 10, and you would have to research all of them. And based on that, assume what they would be bringing, what their strengths will be, what their weaknesses would be, adjust your strategy to it. And also, your players also don't play everything. You need to take into account that. So it really goes a lot of preparation can go into a tournament, and I think a tournament that then rewards a player with a mental capacity to do all of that, or just competitive drive to be even willing to try to do that, and rewards them in return, actually then ensures the best players win.
Absolutely. Because being a best player is not just about specializing in one single faction. It's about knowing the game in general, and that does require you to learn other factions.
I'm going to put up the draft on the screen for now, while they still are selecting their builds.
Yep.
So from Norska we know what to expect, but what are we expecting from Greenskins? You think something similar again? I mean, we've been following Tim for a while now.
Hard to say.
So if we're expecting something similar, then again, they have trolls. They have some other big units that I doubt we would see, but it's just Orc Boy spam plus trolls would make sense about what to expect. Nerexa, Serika, I don't know what to expect since I haven't seen him play.
I have to disagree. Here's why. He's playing against Norska. Norska has the Hunters, anti-large missile units. So I don't think trolls are going to be a good choice here for Greenskins. For Greenskins, I am thinking something along the lines of strong infantry, maybe some archers.
You don't have any flying to deal with the javelins.
I don't think flying is necessary because Greenskins also have access to pretty decent cavalry.
And a lot of cheap and fast ones as well.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Just a bunch. They in general just have a bunch of very cheap and pretty effective units.
They have really good options. Yeah, Greenskins are very versatile. Like, yeah, they might have lower morale, but very versatile, very good for value.
Sure that they know it's not bandwagons are banned.
Yes. I am checking for that. I do believe they know. I think I had this conversation with Serika. So I think that
one's fine.
Yeah, Tim the Wilder. I think he's aware. I am checking his thing. I'm not streaming mine, and I'm not seeing Snotling Pump Wagon, so we are okay.
Okay, that's good.
Yep. Awesome.
I hate target bans a lot. They used to be the standard for Turin's tournaments, and I never got to play the factions I enjoy because they were always target banned.
Yes.
But don't they have just one ban, and you only get one ban if you're the second player, and the first player doesn't get any bans? And it ends up just being a way to enforce a certain meta. You end up with counts and Slanesh Myra matchups constantly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we went for this one. And also,
Exactly.
if you have a best of 3 with that pick and ban system, you could have 3 of the same matches in the same match, or 3 same matchups.
Yes, that is true, and Matthew, that's a very good point. We want to avoid people just playing always the things that they have gotten used to, and we want to see different factions playing it. We want to see some adaptation, and that's why we think this ban system is much better.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to feedback coming in from the players. I mean, it maybe is a little bit much more, a little bit more to wrap your head around, but then again, it is a standard snake draft with bans. Like this format is just globally known and used in pretty much everything. So, I mean, we also saw, since there is a website that does pretty much for you, make sure you follow the format. There's nowhere you yourself can stumble. So yeah, they can just follow it and listen to matchups. Okay, let's go.
Yes.
And then we'll see. We'll ask, did you enjoy the variety of matches you've experienced, or did you feel it was a bigger variety than you experienced in different tournaments? So yeah, really looking forward to that feedback from you, Medley, as well, since you still didn't get to play. But you can still say what you think based on what you've seen. We've followed 3 drafts so far on the stream. Okay, Wurzak versus Frog. They both like their trolls. I mean, Wurzak is more like a what is it? Savage Orgy guy.
Interesting.
Anyway,
this is gonna be fun.
Marauder Horsemen. Some Berserker champions.
That's gonna be a lot of
Wizard.
micro for Norska.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing with Marauder Horsemen. They are fairly micro intensive if you want to get a bang for your buck.
The regiment of renowned Night Goblins. I could also expect maybe some fanatics. They're pretty good against the infantry. So maybe we'll see more of them in reinforcements. Also, they make sense in reinforcements because I think they have Vanguard deployment. And they're also invisible in any terrain, so they can sneak up on enemies, maybe do some sneak caps. Also, I think this is the first map we have that has their capture points in a straight line, rather than 2+1.
Yeah. I really like the design of this map. Like this little castle in the background. The statues being like symmetrical. Really cool. But let's take a look
Also
at our deployments.
Like the deployment zone is pretty small, and then contrary to that, the Vanguard deployment zone is pretty large. So what the hell is going on here? What? It's like a weird triangle instead of being a rectangle. I wonder if that's a bug or just weird. What the hell is going on here?
I think that's just a visual bug. It's the Vanguard zones being shown.
I mean, it could... No, the Vanguard zones should be shown, but they're shown either incorrectly or they are incorrectly, unfairly placed. Well, that's something for feedback, something for us to remember. I mean, the map itself, apart from this, which maybe makes it unfair, but also on the other hand, this is a best of 5. We are going to see this map only 2 times, and on the second map, on second go, we can swap sides. Make sure it's fair. But still, that's something that bothers me, that it is not equal, not symmetrical, so we might get rid of this map for the future. Also, ever since we decided on maps for this tournament, I think like 5 or 6 new ones showed up, so we'll definitely have some good maps
Yes.
to replace it with.
Yep, we'll have to check those out as well.
Okay, here we go. Norska, just standard Marauders champions. We don't see the javelins. Yeah, 2
As of
Murder
yet.
Horsemen on each flank, and this map is pretty good for that because you have forest all around, so you can just sneak through the forest and possibly attack from behind. And again, Murder Horsemen maybe not the best to deal with. You had like Chaos Knights, but Norska doesn't have those.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure how well that's going to work against the Archer Savage Orc Archer boys with their physical resistance.
Well, they could always charge them, 1v1, but it never
True.
is a 1v1. Well, almost never. Oh, Regiment of Renowned Orc Boys. Orc Boy, Biggins, Riders, or... yeah, Boar. Damn that name.
Yep.
And Squeak Herd. That's pretty common. Squigs are pretty good.
Very.
Anti-infantry and armor piercing, and very cheap. What don't you like? And fast. What is this mad enhancement? Squigs go wild. Leadership plus 12. Enemy presence in ability range. Easy. Okay, both armies just slowly approaching each other, but maybe we won't see a build-up strategy this time around. Norscan Ice Trolls showing up. It could be countered by the Orc Boar Boy Begans, as they are anti-large, and the Squeak Herd on the other flank. You could also use them to scout the forest. Maybe they'll sniff out the cavalry. Wolves are just chilling in the middle, just capturing the point. Nothing threatens him at the
Yep.
moment.
Yep, and Throg is just looking at it happen.
Yeah, points unlocked. Point number 1 also going the way of greenskins,
Yep, the
and they decide
greenskins are
against contesting point number 3.
Yeah. Well, I think they saw the Marauder Horsemen coming in there with the Marauders reinforcing the Spearmen. That is not a good fight to take. I guess they're going to go for 1 and 2 and leave 3 for later.
2 seems like it will be a contest. I mean, both of them just left it now. There we go, Wizak is coming back. But he alone has a slow capture. I mean, this is just 3.0, but it still is going quite fast. When
Yes.
nobody is... oh, there we go, infantry is coming in. They will have a weight of 5. So now it goes slowly down. Now archers will come out to harass them. Only 15 armor, but a bronze shield, so it will block 35%. Marauder Horseman looking for something on the flank. Point number 3 has been taken, as did point 1. So they are equal in points, exactly equal. Oh, nice burning head. Getting rid of those archers, he didn't like them. Squigs are following close in. Maybe the burning head will go into the Savage Orcs. They're not dodging. And it's going straight in the center as we lag. Let's go watch it in slow motion. And that's half HP gone. More than half. That is a very good burning head. And there we go, yep. That could have easily been dodged, wasn't. So, advantage to Nerexa. That was a really good cast. And yeah, 600 value out of that. Greenskin's only 45 value so far. See, looks like Greenskins will now want to contest point 3, even though they haven't really sent any reinforcement that way. And point 2 has been captured by Norska. I think there was a visual bug because it looked like as if it was about to go Greenskins' way. And we've got engagement on point number 3. Orc Boys supported by Squeak Herd. Yeah, so similar idea. Orc Boys are tanking, Squeak Herds are dealing damage. And yeah, Marauders are definitely losing that matchup. But they have a lot of help. About to... Norse Canisters are about to come in and help. And now we see big movement in the middle. Both armies advancing on each other. Murder Horsemen still looking to even do anything in this matchup. Another Burning Head. 2 units will get hit by it. Although the archers mostly escaped. So this burning head wasn't as good as the previous one, but the previous one
It
was
was
pretty
not,
much
but still,
perfect. Yeah, it's still pretty good.
Mhm.
Half orc, but it's gone.
Pretty good. We've got Greenskins taking point 2.
Also, the shaman also down to half HP already. If they snipe it, they could get
Yes.
rid of him pretty early. Obviously, he could be resalmon, but the burning
Still
heads are most effective in the early stages.
They are.
Oh,
I also prefer them
goblins,
against
quick
mobs,
hoppers
but-
coming in on the right flank as well to support the engagement. Yeah, once the Norse
the
Canals
Marauder
showed
Horsemen
up, they
are
started
taking
winning.
shots. The Marauder Horsemen are taking shots from point 1, and point 1 we are getting pushes onto point 2 to reinforce it. Point 3 is pretty much kind of like left alone to itself, just given to Norska. But this is all that the Greenskins need to do. They can just hold up
Oh, that's a
point
pretty
2
good
and they'll be
combo.
fine.
Effigy of the Git, not only does it deal
Mm-hmm.
direct damage to a unit, it also prevents it from moving, and then it's being shot by
Yes.
archers, and now being cast yet another spell on top of
Classic
it.
combination.
Yeah, that is a pretty good combo, but then again, it was all used on a unit of Murder Horsemen. Is it really worth it? Oh, Wa has been activated, now
It
Greenskins
was
should
on!
Now they're already in control of point 2, but they should just push onward, just find any engagements they can now, and they're doing pretty well on that front. Pretty much every single unit is doing something, and if not, is
Norska-
charging, apart from the squeaks.
On the point 1 though,
the
Norska
burning head.
is sending in the
Oh,
beast attacking
that
the
turn was
savage
brutal.
orcs.
They just
Oh,
bounced off
that
the rock
burning
and
head!
turned into another unit.
Yep.
That was a pretty good cast. Wish I could saw it from the very beginning. Could see it. Frog in the middle of some units, but not doing too well at the moment. But neither is taking a lot of damage. Quite a big advance here. Norsk is just getting pushed back quite heavily already. 1k damage value up for Greenskins.
Yes, it is. We've got close to 2k almost.
And they're winning on points. So yeah, Greenskins pretty comfortable in this matchup. Point number 1 now could be under threat of back capturing by these two units of Norscan Warhounds. Unless they can something there to prevent them from capping. We'll see if team will even go for sorry, not team.
I also would like to point out that
next
the
time.
Greenskins are sending the Orc Boy Biggins behind the lines and to reinforce them. So I think this is going to give them a pretty big advantage. And Norska has just taken out the forces on point 1 and are contesting the point 1.
Yeah, but
So-
our Biggins are being sent over there. Some unit of infantry
Yep.
savage orcs are also being sent back. So even if it flips, it
Mhm.
won't flip for long, but I think they'll make it in time.
We'll see.
Oh, Skin Wolves coming in. That's a
another
unit we
Wa.
didn't see before. But also, yeah, we've spoken like a faction variety, but also within the faction we're seeing Norska again. But we're seeing the Norska with a different build. We saw it with Wolfric, now we're seeing it with Frog. We saw it with Norscan Ice Trolls, now we're seeing it with Skin Wolves. I mean, also
Yep.
Norscan Ice Trolls. There they
And
go.
we're seeing the Northern
some-
Ice Hounds being pushed away.
Or Biggins.
Yep.
So yeah, point 1 is going on. Yeah, they're retreating.
Back to
And
Greenskins.
Greenskins under control again. I mean, they were still, but they're just recapping it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's this? Some effect on the map, I think.
And then we've got the Greenskins contesting point 3 slowly, just with the returning units.
Yeah, middle seems very fairly in control of
Yep.
Greenskins, and yeah, point number
They're
3
kind of sneak
has just been
capping 3.
abandoned by Norska, or just cleared by
Mhm.
Greenskins. But no
Yep.
reinforcements have been sent that way, so it looks like 3 points to Greenskins very soon. Oh, that was
Yep.
a
And Skin Wolves
Yeah.
charging into the archers should generate a decent amount of value. The Marauder Horsemen coming in from the back as well. Right now, however, Greenskins have a pretty big advantage of 2k.
Oh,
in
looks like
terms of
now
gold.
getting bogged down by Skin Wolves. They could do some harm, but
They can do some
he's only
damage.
his thrusty
Oh, he
boar,
ran away.
and he's getting
Yep.
up.
He got out. He got out. He is out. Point 3 getting flipped to Greenskins.
Which point 2 is going the way of Norska, but Greenskin reversals are coming, so it should be under control.
Oh, but
Point one is being. Wait. This unit isn't in the capture point. He missed it. He missed click.
Norska just sneakily capping point one again. Oh, this is great to watch. I love these Becca. Sarika is just back to his old games and stealing
when
the
we
points.
look at the damage value, they're only 1,000 apart, so it's not something that you can't come back from. So just getting a little bit more time by delaying the 1,500 victory from team, that might open the door for a win.
And you know,
For a potential comeback.
Tim, I would say compared to the last game, he's playing even better. I'm loving his micro. Very nice kind of dominion over the place. Right now, Marauder Horsemen are contesting point three.
Point number 3. Yeah, I mean the unit in there is retreating, so they're just straight up capturing it because the retreating units don't have any capture weight. If they could send something fast in there, and Greenskins, they don't seem like they have anything to send. Like, just look at all the flags. Yeah, there's a shit ton of blue units, but they're all wavering or running.
Yeah, they're all wavering. Yeah, that's the problem with Greenskins, you know. Their morale is bad, so you need to rally them together. But while they're running away, they can easily get shot and take extra damage.
Night Goblin Speedhoppers got eliminated. Goblin Wolf Archers, they don't even fancy a match against Murder Horsemen. They're running away from that.
Yep.
They're trying to focus maybe on Frog. And point number 2, yeah, the infantry has just pushed through.
Well, they are taking
comeback victory for Norska.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not over yet at all by any means. I like the early micro on Tim, but I think he got a little bit too overconfident.
I mean, up in value in damage dealt, less in value on the field, but then again, doesn't take into account the magic. And it's 700 apart, not that big of a deal. But at 5k, that is quite a big percentage, over 10. Frog not doing so hot now being attacked by anti-large savage. Oh no, they aren't anti-large, it's the Regiment of Renown that's anti-large. These guys are only armor piercing. Well, I say only, that's good enough, I would say. Given that Frog, yeah, he's about to get routed, -5 morale, there we go. If Frog is killed, then that would be quite a big morale penalty to Norska.
That would be,
and that could turn the battle around again.
Let's see if they are able to kill him. I mean, Throg does have regeneration.
Point number 1
and
is
they are
under
being
Greenskins control.
Yep.
And they could potentially take 2. There's, 4 fresh units arriving straight through the center towards point 2. And the same definitely can be said about Norska. They are actually trying to maybe go for point 1 again.
Yes, this was exactly what I was afraid of. Throg is allowed to regenerate.
Smart, though. I think at this moment you kind of trade points. They capture point 2, you capture their point 1. You avoid like a direct confrontation, try to consolidate.
Quite. And Norska is now once again contesting point 1, so we got points from back and forth.
And at this moment you don't... Oh, actually, I think that was quite a waste of potential. Cast the Burning Head on the 3 fresh units that are coming in instead of finishing off the units that are almost dead anyway. Yeah, I think that was quite a big missed opportunity. There was much better target in the range.
And Norska's Skin Wolves taking out the units at point 1.
Frog survived.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. Throg was allowed to escape, and that's a very big mistake there. I don't know if it was just, unit collision that stopped them from chasing him, but Throg is now just going to stay around and regenerate nicely.
We have heroes duking it out as well. Shaman, Sorcerers, Goblin, Big Boss.
Yep.
But point number 2 will be flipped in favor of Greenskins due to a lot of reinforcements they sent. But point number 1, well, almost in control of Norska. Wait, will they leave? Did they lose the progress? Okay, I think they managed to get the Skin Wolves just in time before the other unit ran out. So, now they've captured point 1. And again, they have higher point gain per second. At the moment they would win, but they're still 200 points behind. But Greenskins aren't really threatening either point number 1 or point number 3, and they need to start doing that.
Quite so. I'm not sure how they're going to do that.
And even, yeah, their main force, and pretty much the only force, is quite firmly tied down at 2.
Exactly.
Norska's not relieving the pressure off Frog with a nice charge into the Goblin Big Boss. But their
And one other
spellcaster
thing-
is elsewhere. This is another Big Boss. Where's Woodzak? Did he might have routed? I think
he's
he ran
routed.
away. Yeah, he must have
Yeah.
run off the field. So Greenskins, who already have morale issues, now they don't even
Yep.
have their boss.
Yes, and also the attack on point 1, I mean, we had the units there being ordered back and forth, so that was a lot of time lost. With the Marauder Horsemen being able to take shots however they want, I'm not seeing Greenskins taking back point 1 anytime soon.
Yeah,
A lot of
could
units
potentially
need to
go
go
for point 3. There's only one unit, full HP, but still only one. Point number 1, Marauders with less than half, but they are supported by Murder Horsemen and Skin Wolves. So probably better idea to go for 1. He has access to some stealth units in Night Goblins. That could be the way to do it. But Night
And
Goblin
Throg is
Fanatics
back,
are at the moment in the
regenerated.
middle. Yeah, last time I saw him, he was at 1k HP, now he's at 2k.
Yeah.
Or Night Goblins Quick Hoppers coming in.
They're
Are
coming
they
in for
stealth?
point 2.
No, they're just
But
full
with
stealth.
Norska holding point 1 and 3, this is all that Norska needs to do, is to just tie up at point 2, and if they take
I
it,
wish they might
yeah,
actually
that's
get it,
gonna
yeah.
come back.
At the moment they are capturing it.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
pretty quickly as well.
Yeah. They are keeping those units away. As you guys, they're fighting on the corners. This is very reminiscent of Arena, of units fighting right outside the circle and then losing the point.
I mean, in this scenario, they kind of were forced out of the circle, or square
Yes.
in this.
They could have been fighting on the point, though.
Maybe. Yeah, now that they got in, the capture weight diminished. I mean, it went in Greenstein's favor for a while. But there's a fresh unit of Murder Spearmen coming in, and another one of Marauders. It's definitely going Norska's way.
Yep,
Even
and
me,
Norska is
before
only
they
keeping one
arrive.
Marauder Spearman at 3, one Marauders at 1. They are holding those pretty firmly. But the point 3 almost flipped to Norska.
Yeah,
They're
we're 1 minute
holding all
away
3
from
points.
Norskan victory. Pretty nice.
Yep. Pretty nice, very nice flip. I mean, I was looking like Greenskins taking this handily, but Serica really showing us his skills and flipping it around.
And a nice combat
Good
victory.
play.
He opened the
Yeah,
door
that's a good-
and then went through it. Very nicely done.
He did. He really took advantage of his opponent being distracted and tied him up at point 2, then sent in some cheap units to take in 1 and 3. I mean, this is the essence of domination right there. And now he only needs about 40 seconds of holding the situation, and he will win. I think this is probably one of the closest games we have seen so far.
Yep. Almost 1300 versus 1500 points, and
Yep.
both players exceeding 20k in damage dealt. It has gone for quite a while, yeah, 18 minutes exceeded already.
Tim just GG'd, and yeah, Ice Troll healing was a tremendous thing. That Throg healing and everything. Yeah, regeneration is a real,
Yeah,
a real problem.
Greenskins didn't bring any trolls.
Yes.
Which I
Skin
mentioned they
Wolves
could have.
having regeneration.
Yeah, you were, I don't know, I don't think so. But anyway, you said that Norska could counter them with javelins, but Norska didn't bring any javelins. So trolls would have been fine.
Exactly. So they should have brought those in.
Well, you never know. But you might take a risk. You can put them in a reinforcement army and maybe just not use it or use them less. Especially in the later stages. Once, you see, okay, he has 2 units of javelins, let's say. They're both on left flank. I can easily summon my trolls on the right flank. Or just send cavalry to deal with them. But anyway, very well played to Nerexa and his Norska. He's 1-0 up. Let's see what Tim will answer with. Or if he'll have an answer. So, I mean, that was team picking first and Nerska countering him with Norska. So that went well. Let's remember, team has Chaos Dwarfs in his arsenal. I want to ask them if they want to switch sides. Okay, Serka is going high elves. While they are doing that, let me bring up the draft again. Also, can I like mark these? So, for example, greenskins. They lost. Okay, there we go. And Norska won. Like that. Then I have visualized which factions were already used and which didn't, and which won and lost. Okay, so we have high elves, and what did team answer? But if they want to switch, then that's fine. Still don't have an answer from Tim. Whether which faction he picks, but now we're debating whether we should switch sides, but seems like we won't. I can open like the slots, they can switch.
Okay, we also got the results of the quarterfinals 3 between Special and Michael. Looks
Nice.
like Michael won 2-1.
Ooh la la.
And now Medley is finally playing Michael. She's very excited from what I can see.
Congratulations
Reading.
on your semi-final.
Yeah. Now Special is going to play against Volksgod.
Yeah, so that's a rematch for them.
Mm-hmm.
The Phoenix King Drakens, was that already decided as well?
Phoenix, I believe Ulrich had dropped out.
No, Alric, but he is facing Drakens in lower bracket round 3.
Oh yeah, Drakens had to drop out. He was not feeling good for health reasons.
And why is half of our players sick? What kind of RNG is that?
It happens. It happens. Next time we'll bring in more people in reserves, and I will prevent that from happening. But you know what? What matters is that everybody's having fun and things
Yeah.
are going as planned. So I think the brackets are very well designed. So great job on that. I know it's just basic
it
formulas
makes it
and stuff,
much
but
easier to follow. Okay, let's see if we've
yes.
got a faction selected. Lizardmen as a counter to High Elves. Okay, so what could I... It is being played right now. The Lizardmen, High Elves. I haven't seen this map in a while. It's not a bug. That's how Vanguard zones were designed, always have been. I'm not exactly sure why they designed the Vanguard that way, but it is equal. No, it is, well, it's not equal. Because one side could get like much closer than the other. So maybe we'll just drop this map. I mean, from like apart from these Vanguard zones, I think the map is really good, and that's why I picked it for semifinals and not like lower bracket or something, right? The intention was also to get the better maps in the like upper bracket, more important matches. Like the closer we are towards finals, like the better maps are. But also like opening match, like Blade of the Everqueen is also a really nice map. So it's not like no slight against it. It was used as the opening map because it looks really nice. It's pretty straightforward, and we saw, well, 2 times the same tactic on there. But we'll see how the other round of 16s went. Those that actually went ahead, like we would have gotten 8 matches on there. So 16 between 16 and 24 battles. But we got less, but it's not like it was the only round of 16 that went through.
On the lower brackets, Phoenix King moved to the last round of day 1. Special and Foxy are going to be playing in the lower brackets to determine the round.
Foxy told me before that he would be up to until like 4:30, which is already an hour ago. So I don't know if he has to go or if he's continuing, but I think it will be fine if they, for example, finish the match on day 2.
Yes, I do think so. And considering we had people dropping out because of health reasons, we might have the bonus rounds being done on day 2 as well.
Let's see. So whoever loses this one, or we could kind of swap it around. I wouldn't play it here, but play it here. I mean, I'll probably have to look into that because, for example, the bonus bracket round 1 is just filled with people who didn't show up at all. So like that's gone. Well, lower bracket, bonus bracket round 2 at the moment is Grombrindal and Alaric, which have also both dropped out. But it would be like whoever loses between Special and Folk's God would go into an empty bracket apart from themselves. So, and Drakins is waiting in 7th place match. So we could, since lower bracket round 3, well, what other brackets is there still not ready?
Drakins is out
wait.
today. So.
Yeah, but just to look at the game, and if they press ready, if we start loading, tell me, okay? Well,
yeah,
I'll be
of course. Special, Special is ready. We are waiting for Foxy. I gave him 20 minutes. If
so he is AFK? Yeah.
Well, I pinged him, but I pinged him in that forum, and no responses yet. So I gave him 20 minutes to play his match. If not, Special will win by technical.
Yeah. Essentially, what I'm saying is that since this is not happening, right?
Right.
And whoever wins this already automatically wins this one. So whoever wins lower bracket round 2 also automatically wins lower bracket round 3. We could just consider this match as round 3. Because then whoever loses this one goes into an empty bracket. And so whoever loses here would face Drakins in 7th place match on day 2. So Drakins might feel better tomorrow for just one more match.
Yes.
And then whoever wins, if that was, I mean, I don't know if we could play it on day 2, because we still have one more match later, which would be whoever wins here between Special and Folks God versus whoever loses between Medley and Michael Pontifex. And then that fits the lower bracket semifinals, which we kind of need to go ahead with immediately tomorrow.
Okay.
So if Folks God doesn't show up, we'll just drop him to 7th place match.
Yep.
Also, you were supposed to tell me when they were reloading, but I've noticed that. Okay.
I was dealing with the other other rounds, but
Perfect
yeah,
timing.
looks like we're
Nothing
on.
bad happened. Yeah.
Yep.
So now they are switched around, and now Alexa is blue, Tim is red.
High Elves versus Lizardmen.
Yeah.
My money is on.
Archmage of Shadows, not light. Interesting. And they brought 2 heroes, another 2 mages of shadows. And they both have... Okay, this is obviously Starwood Staff, yeah, that's standard. But they also have Melkot's Mystifying Miasma. Why?
It does have decent damage, and the slow.
Yeah, but he has 3 casters and all of them have the same spell. Unless he intends just to spam it as much as possible, but usually what you do is you bring those 2 mages, because they're the most you can bring, just use Starwood Staff 3 times, because it just gives you more magic, and then just unsummon them, and then summon them again, use the Starwood Staff 3 times again, and then unsummon them again. But it's probably, usually at the second unsummon is like where the match ends.
Yeah.
So maybe he intends to like use them second time around. We'll see.
I want to see what he
He
does.
should be
with
using he should be using the Starwood Stuff immediately, because there's no point in delaying the use of it. There we go. Yep.
Yep.
Use it now, and use the second one. Okay, what about the remaining build? White Lines of Trace, pretty good middle tier infantry. Archers with light armor, Avalon Sisters. I'm not sure about the armor variant. I would just bring the regular ones, they're cheaper, and I mean, you're facing skink skirmishers or chameleon skirmishers at most, which have shit range. I wouldn't worry about that. So yeah, I think no armor would be better. I just spend that money elsewhere.
Yep.
On the other side, Slan, Mage Priest of Life. Quite a lot of spells. I have Blood, Awakening of the Wood. I think that they didn't have that before. But yeah, just those 2 spells when it comes to actual magic. So Awakening of the Wood and Earthblood. No doors below. No regrowth.
I also got an update. Foxy is back.
Okay, good. I think you just play. If you can tell them to change the map to what is round 3. Just tell them like their match is considered now round 3, not round 2. So just play them up from round 3. Okay, Illyrian Reavers being summoned by the High Elves. Croxigors being summoned by Lizardmen. So probably it's the same build-up strat. Although we already have 3 Croxigor units on the field, so that's changed a little bit. I think one of them was already on the field in the starting army. We see only 1 Ancient Salamander. Also last time, what they were facing? Vampire Pirates, right? So yeah, they didn't really... No, Pirates was against Norska. They're facing something else. Anyway, point is, High Elves have long-range archers, which can counter. They even outrange Ancient Salamander. And now quite a powerful volley from Sisters of Avalon, pretty good target.
Yep.
Salamander is still pretty fast, and arrows aren't, so it can dodge. But it wants to shoot, straight in the ass. That's still 400 value on the Salamander. It got quite a... Wait, what?
But,
Okay,
you saw that, right?
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
Now that's embarrassing.
Okay, two points to High Elves, 1 point to Lizardmen, although it's immediately being contested by the Mage of Shadows. Milk of Mystifying Miasma is being cast. I think he just wants to spam this like super cheap 5 Winds of Magic and just guarantees damage.
Yep. Oh yeah. Justifying Miasma is great bang for your buck, as I've learned from playing Bellacore.
Kinda good, but doesn't do like armor piercing damage, so only works really against low armor targets.
Pretty much, and that's where you want it.
Ooh, Flamespar Phoenix, spicy. Has 10 uses of Wake of Fire, which is a bombardment spell, but will be effective inside a forest. I don't think so. Anyway, it stopped right before. No ranged units to chase him away from there, so that's fine.
Yeah.
We do have the Ancient Salamander, but it's facing the wrong way at the moment. Another Milk of Mystifying Miasma, slowing down the Saurus Warriors for a charge of Silver Helms. They're kind of taking the charge on themselves, so now Warlines of Shrey's can go in without getting the counter charge. Another unit of Illyrian Reavers ready to support. And now Silver Helms, well, they don't find the King Skirmishers. Well, it's trying to. And another Milk of Mystifying Miasma, he's really spamming that spell. He has 2 spellcasters on this flank. Feral Cold Ones are going through, going straight for the archers. May just interrupt them. He just needs to micromanage them and click them again on the archers, just spam clicks.
Yeah. And the third point is just being left idle over there with White Lions of Trace and Shadow Mage.
Yeah, all the Croxigors are wasting as well.
Yeah.
Although point number 1 now, fairly in the control.
Yep.
Flamespar Phoenix coming in. I don't know, did he use any Wake of Fires, or this just does not show whether it was used. Anyway, for Cold Ones have been dealt with. I mean, okay, they're on Rampage, but they're almost dead.
Yep, they are.
White Lions of Shrey's, though, killed. And, well, Lizardmen are up in value.
Yep. Looking at the gold values, though, very small margins right now.
Yeah, it was a minor skirmish, but still resulted in point 1 go in control of Lizardmen. Or rather, stay in control of Lizardmen, because it was initially theirs as well. Just briefly contested. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it does, does show if it was used. He has 7 left. Nice. Well, this one, Awakening of the Wood, was accurate at least. Oh, these launches don't run away. They just get hidden by Saurus Warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah, another Wake of Fire probably being lined up, or he misses opportunity if he wanted to drop it there. And there we go, Earthblood.
Yep. And Circa pushing them off, and now the Greenskins are finally active on point 2.
Greenskins? Where?
Oh, sorry, Lizardmen.
Yeah, White Lines of Shrey's versus 4 Cold Ones in the middle. Armor Piercing versus Armor Piercing. Let's see how that goes. Looks like White Lines.
Not very good! Oh, Sisters of Avalon support over there. And they rampaged.
That is a pretty big blob of Saurus Warriors. If they could get a Phoenix in here to start bombarding them, that would be pretty good. But no AoE spells in the arsenal, so... Like, Pendulum could be pretty good here, but I heard it got pretty nerfed. So maybe on 30. Oh, wait a second. You're using Shadow Magic. Bit of Shades, hello?
No, he only has Mystifying Miasma.
Yeah, and that's my point exactly. Why didn't he take Bit of Shades?
I mean, Pit of Shades, it's stationary, so I think he's thinking they're not going to stay in one place.
It sucks the enemies in. As long as he hits, Pit of Shades is super good value. Croxigors have managed to pull through, or maybe just find the tiny gap, go straight into Sisters of Avalon, who lost already 11 soldiers.
Ancient Salamander on point 1 is actually routing, so the point 1 can flip for High Elves, and the point 3 is being contested right now.
Their capture way is super slow. Just half the unit of cavalry. Phoenix doesn't count. I like it, just ignores the skin skirmish, it's such a shit unit. It's like, I'll just take you on my shields, fire on something more important.
Pretty much.
But looks like all 3 points would be going the way of Lizardmen. Another skin cohort with javelins coming in point number 3 to facilitate the capture. To be honest, not a fan of over-reliance on archers by high elves.
And these Croxigors are staying idle. Archers are staying idle. That's a lot of idleness going on.
Yeah. But I think Lizardmen are fairly winning. Looking at the goal value, it's pretty much equal at the moment. But
Yep.
Lizardmen just feel way more in control, just because there are a lot of ranged units, and they don't
Yes.
provide any area control, really. They can just
Yep.
be freely pushed
They're being
back.
pushed away.
And now
Yep,
they're
right
being,
now.
oh, look at this. Croxigor Sanders is the slowest sandwich ever, but there we go.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why I'm not fond of archers.
Yep.
Anybody who played
Uh,
Arena with me is like, what? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, I know, but it is what it is. You know, in domination, things are different. That's
No,
the
no,
fundamental thing.
In Arena, I would agree. Like,
Yes.
I always memed range meta. People were saying range meta, archers OP. And then
Oh,
tournaments come, at most one
Nobody
player plays
picks
ranged.
archers. Literally, the teams with 0 range would actually win.
Yep.
And pretty decisively, too.
I mean, you could play like one ranged player at most. Like,
At
sure,
most, yeah.
to deny healing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have more units of infantry, you can just put enough infantry on top of a healing zone, and then good luck dealing with that. But yeah, they had their use, but it was never like overwhelming and you know, destroying every unit as people were claiming. But this seems like already pretty swung in Lisbon favor. Though point 1
Yep.
back under high elven control, or maybe just for the first time captured, or
Mhm.
just about to be.
You
Yep.
have the
Those white lines of chase just came in from outside and grabbed it. Oh, Lizardmen have left point 3 undefended from what I'm seeing. I think there's a skink cohorts. No, they're engaging the cavalry, so
But
High Elves might be able to
again,
take point 3.
in the previous matchup, we also Greyskins Y activated, pretty good engagement in the middle, wiping
Mhm.
out, and then sneak capture here, sneak capture there.
Exactly. Like
So-
that micro really made the difference there. And
But I think I know what the difference is here, though.
yes.
Back then, Norska was also full melee.
Yes.
This is over-reliant on archers, and archers just are unable to pull off that kind of a comeback. Or you just
Exactly.
let all your archers die and only summon melee units from now on. So maybe. Depends
Maybe.
just what he has in his roster.
Pretty much. And like Lizardman here can easily take back point 3. Point 1 is being flipped around. And Lizardmen are now making the mistakes that the
I
High
think
Elves were making.
Going high elven wave pretty quickly if it flips. They're still pretty equal on points, only 70, 80
Yes.
points of difference.
Value's pretty close, with Lizards having a slight advantage.
Well, in terms of like the territory they control, and if we
Yeah.
like count routed units, like high elves, half of their stuff is running away, whereas Lizardmen are fairly control their units. Another unit of cold ones being summoned to go to point 3. Croxigor is also going there, and I wouldn't expect that mage to be able to hold on long against Croxigors and throw cold ones. Oh, they have some cavalry supporting. Cavalry, wait, Croxigors are running away. What? They just gave up on point 3.
Yep, they pretty much did. They just left it alone. Well, honestly, it wasn't that simple because the
it
Illyrian Reavers intercepted that reinforcements coming to point 3 that was being captured by the mages.
Oh, now they get routed. Okay, pretty nice. And Skink Skirmishers exposed to another cavalry charge. I
Yeah,
would still use like the smaller unit of Warlines of Trace maybe to make sure those Croxigors don't come back, because if they can come back, that can still cause issues.
yeah,
So
and
many
also all
Croxigors
of those,
summoned.
those Croxigors and Source Warriors and all, they're very much overextended right now. Like, sure, they can do damage, but because they're so close to reinforcements line, I would pull them back.
Point number 1 is going back into Elizabeth control. So
Yep.
maybe he felt like, okay, point 3, sure, you can have that. I'm still ahead in points. I'm about to get
Yes.
point 1 back. I'll be 2-1 up on points.
Exactly.
Because high elves still don't look as if they're anywhere close to even being able to attempt to capture point 2 on 1.
That is quite so. Now, the white lines of Trace over there against the Saurus.
There's
Pretty
3
interesting
units of
engagement.
cavalry, of cheap cavalry
And-
as well,
yes.
inside a forest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these Croxigors, one of them being Sacred Regiment of Renown. Ooh, that is a huge value. Really
Right.
nicely played there. And yeah, I
Oh.
said don't summon any ranged units, just bring in melee. It brings 2 fresh units of archers.
Well, in this case, because those units are overextended, they can start shooting immediately, and they cannot respond. In fact, the
They're
only
in
response
the
we
middle
have
of
seen is
forest.
these pterodons.
Like barely any arrows actually go through.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the volley, it just goes
Right.
in and it just gets eaten by the trees.
Yes. Yeah, I am wondering why the lizardmen were not taking point 3. I see what they're doing. They're trying to take out the archers. There's
Oh, no,
Tim is a bit of a glory hound there. He is valuing the kills over the points, but he is taking point 3 right now. Not the way I would have done it, but
Well,
whatever works.
Point 2 is being taken because all those Croxigors.
Mhm. Yes, exactly my point. Overextension being punished by those wizards.
Okay, well, 100 points of advantage to Tim, but now 2-1 in capture points, but then again 3 was about to be flipped. So, yeah, Illyrian Rivers, I think they'll just stay a meme. Speaking of staying a meme,
Very much.
they just got charged for free by Croxigors, Miss Micro Idol unit.
Yep. Yep. And more archers getting caught in the woods. That's another micro problem.
But they went
Oh,
up
boy.
close to be able to shoot properly, and yeah, that. Please don't bring archers. Why?
Yeah, just don't. Just don't. Just bring a few to support. Maybe like take out large units. Like blunderbusses, though, I want to see those things in action. Like lizards pretty much stole, kind of just sneak capped point 3. And despite being overextended, they have done some good work there. It would have been better if they weren't overextended,
I mean, I
but they
wouldn't say
lost point 2.
I wouldn't say they sneak capped point 3. They just went on top of it, and it was free.
Yes,
And-
but it was because the elves did not do anything about it.
No, like point 2 was a sneak cap because there were
Yes.
units all around. know.
Overextended, punished. That was a
Imagine-
punishment right there.
Imagine if it was like in Arena, where after you capture a point, it gets locked for 90 seconds.
Oh,
Oh, that would be
oh,
spicy.
I'm feeling physical pain.
That would be, I mean, then you would have to be wary of such back captures.
Yeah, totally.
Also, in Arena, like you have healing zones and spawning zones tied to capture points, but
the
not here.
capture points, yeah. Yeah, the value for sneak capping there is much higher.
Oh, getting some pro YouTuber shots in here.
Okay, well, if it continues like this, the greenskin, the lizardmen are going to win in 1 minute 30
And
seconds.
still, looking at the statistics, right, like the damage dealt and the points,
Very close.
the points gained, it is very close, but it doesn't feel like it for a moment.
It is not. It does not feel like it because there is the strategic layer, the strategy side of things, the land control side of things.
But I
They
I
are
expect,
not looking
like,
good.
The gold damage value. I mean, okay, the damage dealt as gold value is pretty equal, but when you see gold value on the ground, it is almost 4K apart.
Yep. Yep, pretty much so.
And that's why the UI extended mod comes in pretty clutch.
Yep. Helps us kind of interpret the situation on the ground right now. Yeah, I'm not seeing this is going to be a
I think it
GG.
just proves our point. It's like, yeah, I also get
Exactly.
wrecked. That's the point.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's just a regular statistic that is available without the mod doesn't really show that, but the one
Yeah.
that is shown with the mod just
Yeah, and so you
proves
have to
what we see with our
speculate
eyes.
without it. Yeah, you have to speculate without it.
And over the line, last 15 seconds.
Yep. 10
How
seconds.
many cool archers are standing there? 1.2k value, pew pew pew. But
This was a very.
the points are getting captured, and that's what wins you the battle. See,
Yep.
You have
that's the lesson we've learned the hard way in Arena.
suddenly defeat.
Very much so. Looks like Medley won at least one game in the other semi-final there.
Oh, Michael is already tired after two battles, 2 matches.
Yeah, but you know, it was luck.
That is fresh. Well, congrats to her.
Yep.
Okay, so it is 1-1. We've got a series in our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, we do.
Yes, this is Valo on 800. Archers 5, 3, 6. No, I don't think. Yeah, the archers were such a waste. A shame, really. Because we saw in the first match, like, holy shit, that was hype and close. And here, well, the archers pick kinda ruined it. Anyway, let's see what the second map is, because I don't remember. The second map is Sacred Cenote of Chakwa. Okay. Got that switched. Let's see if our players have picked another set of factions. Yeah, Sergei wants a 5-minute break. Okay. And now I think Tim picks first. You can pick whatever Sergei's back. Okay, let's show the draft then on this stream. Okay, so Lizardman won, High Elves lost. I think it maybe was like a throwaway pick because it was the last faction he picked. So maybe wanted to just get it out. And then Tim picked Lizardman, which fair enough he picked as 4th, but then again he is playing them 2nd or 3rd time, right? So he definitely likes those, so that gets rid of a strong faction from him. But then again, Lizardman, where you pick it as a counter. So anyway, now Tim picks between Beastmen, Vampire Counts, and Chaos Dwarfs. And Serka will be able to counter that with Empire, Tomb Kings, or Skaven. We got Chaos Dwarfs, right? That's the most scary of those picks. I think Empire and Skaven both stand a good chance. They both have access to quite a lot of armor piercing and also a variety of tactics to counter Chaos Dwarfs. So I wouldn't be that worried. I mean, still, they're pretty busted.
And I'm looking at Michael versus Medley there. Medley got Kislev versus Empire, and they're talking about the war sleds, which have done a lot of work from what we are seeing.
Very interesting. I mean, we'll be casting every single battle from the tournament eventually through replays. That's why we're asking all the participants to save them, and I hope they are doing that.
Seems like they are.
Okay, good. So yeah, you'll be able to see all the battles eventually.
Yep, we sure will. Curious how that one turned out, but that is very interesting. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're taking a little break on that one, and the other
Tim
matches
has already
are currently
decided
going
that
on.
he's bringing Beastman.
Yep.
Serka is on his small break, although it's about to finish.
Mhm.
If it is
Yep.
actually precisely 5 minutes, but I think I've never met a person who says we're back 5 minutes and is actually back in precisely 5 minutes. That never happens.
I mean, yeah, implied.
We'll see. He has 1 minute.
So on the lower bracket, we've got Phoenix King, who's currently on the lower bracket round 4. Special and Foxy are still playing. Foxy said he has to go in about an hour, so if they
I
can't
have
finish quickly.
spicy news. Tim has
Oh.
messaged me, although maybe I shouldn't say that out loud. But he said a spicy thing. I'll.
Oh, what is it?
No spoilers. Competitive integrity and such.
Okay, would you like to send it to me in a screenshot or something?
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see also what is going on in the other threads. Special onesie, you're up on Fogscott. Are they playing on the correct map?
They should be. I told them to play on the what's his name? Glintfoot Crag, I think.
Yeah, you did mention that. Glinty Tooth's Crag.
Oh, they hosted on the wrong map, and I said as long as you're both fine with it, especially considering Foxy has to go soon.
I mean, yeah, sure. Fair enough. As long as they play the second match on the same map.
Yes, that's fine. Serka is back. Yep, be right back real quick.
Okay, so since he is back, let's see. I'll BRT. What BRT? BRT is Britannia, right? What? He said Beastman earlier. Unless BRT is something else, and I don't understand this slang. Anyway, Nerexa has picked Tomb Kings. So we will see Tomb Kings versus Beastman. I mean, Beastmen are rated pretty low on like tier lists when it comes to multiplayer, and Tomb Kings, on the other hand, pretty high. So, advantage Serika from draft. Also, he chose specifically Tomb Kings to counter Beastmen. Also, earlier on, I mentioned how both Empire and Skaven are good counters to Chaos Dwarfs. So now, whenever Chaos Dwarfs are finally used, he should have an answer to that. No matter which way it goes. Maybe he would like to have saved Tomb Kings as a counter to Vampire counts. But oh, we'll see. I think Empire can do really well against Vampire counts as well.
Yeah.
Skaven, maybe not so really. I think like Skaven would be countered pretty hard by Vampire counts. But then again, what do I know? I'm an arena player.
That's true. I mean, Skaven in general have low morale, and a lot of Vampire units have fear. So they do capitalize on that.
I can't wait for the feedback. Oh, damn, that Mishu is cool, but he surely doesn't know what he's talking about. All I know I'm talking about is archers being useless. There we go. No, you know, like you have this, in theory, you have like a kiting build and you kite with the archers and just go up and up in the value, you give up the points. But that's definitely not what we've seen here happen.
Yeah. Like, in order for that to work, archers need to be doing a lot more DPS.
Yeah, also the map was really suitable for it, like with the massive forest in
Yes.
the middle, providing cover.
Yeah.
That was never gonna work. Like Glade of the Everqueen, if you pick archers there, where it's like just clear grassland in the middle, sure, can work much better. But in here, where you have forests in the center, all around the main point in the middle, much harder. Okay, team is ready, waiting for Narexa to finish his build. And we're ready to see who will lead the series 2-1.
Yep.
So, reading some feedback here in the meantime, we have it is curious that pump wagons are banned, but Grail Knights and trains are unrestricted. And the key difference here is that pump wagons, from what I've heard, are just bugged. They're dealing like triple damage than they are supposed to, like what it says on the unit card. While Grey Knights just got buffed like that by CA. And it was fully intended by them for the Grey Knights to be that strong. But then, if you don't want to see the Grey Knights, just ban Bretonnia. And you mentioned trains. The Chaos Dwarfs got through the draft in this match. So, yeah. I just missed out. I just pressed enter accidentally, but whatever. Just posted half the sentence which I didn't finish.
Medley does have a question. She's asking, when do we switch maps? Game 3, right?
Yes,
Want to switch
map 1 is for the first 2 battles, and map 3 is for the remaining ones. Okay, they're ready. Let's go.
Let's go. Tomb Kings versus Beastmen.
Run Hierophant Cafep. He has like a Casket of Souls mount, if I remember correctly. Malagor the Dark Omen on the other side. 3 units of Minotaurs, one of them Regiment of Renown. I think they have Regeneration, the Regiment of Renown, if I remember correctly. There's also some, I think this is Breakherd, they're called. Also a Regiment of Renown. And then just Gore Herds and some Skirmishers. On the side of Tomb Kings, a little bit more spicy choice. I mean, the two, like, this is the most standard choice, so the 2 Regiments of Renown, because it's, holy shit, they're so good. Played quite a lot of them. And to great success. And then just standard Skelly spam, a flying unit of, what are they called? Oh, yeah, that's Beastman. Carrion, yeah, I knew like something with starting with C. But also they have 2 units of catapults. So it looks like Tomb Kings will just give up on point 3, position their catapults on the low ground so they can possibly maybe bombard point 3, but the map is pretty large, so they would need to walk up And then you have like,
Yep.
these swamps in the middle. I don't know, because when I'm hovering over them, it doesn't say it's like a swamp area, but maybe it's just because I don't have any units selected.
Yes. That's probably it.
But I've checked out one of the maps. So here's feedback to Medley, because I think she's the one who made that map. In the map Otsuchi Castle, there are rice fields on the left side, and they have like a tiny bit where they are considered shallow water, but then the remaining of them isn't. And I think they're supposed to be all the shallow water. Anyway, let's see the deployment. Yeah, Tomb King's first is going points 1 and 2, just completely abandoning point 3. Beastman, on the other hand, spreading far, going for all 3 points possibly. But I would imagine once they see what's going on, they'll probably just capture 3. And, well, it will be interesting to see how they will adapt. Also, I wonder, is this another Vanguard deployment bug? Or maybe I only see Vanguard deployment how it is perceived by Tomb Kings.
I think you do, yes.
Maybe that will explain the weird triangle thing in the previous map.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Karin immediately going forward to scout. I think the Ungar riders were briefly spotted. I'm not sure. The Minotaurs are splitting, some of them are going left, some of them are going to the hill. So yeah, it looks like Beastman will indeed just go quickly take control of 3. I mean, it is 3, but it's given that Tomb Kings have all went down. Are they moving up their artillery? One of the units is moving up, the other one is stationary already. I mean, it could put it a little bit forward, but yeah, the forest here isn't helping. So these catapults may have trouble finding good shots. We'll see. But given that the map is fairly large, they might get some good value in here, as opposed to smaller maps.
Could be. I really want to see how they perform, because it's hard to gauge to see how effective the artillery is going to be in
Nekahara
this
Warriors
game.
and Horsemen getting summoned. Nekahara Warriors super good. I wonder if we'll see
Yeah.
Shapti. I think Shapti were also pretty good. But Nekahara Warriors are probably like, the best Tomb Kings can offer. Very cheap anti-infantry unit. Big damage anyway already. Just overall good melee stats. Should tear apart from like Ungar Herd like here. Looks like neither of the sides is willing to do any moves before the points unlock.
Mhm.
So capture
Malagor
point 3 will be just captured immediately.
positioning himself. And the points are unlocked. Both sides are just staying still.
Oh, nice. The Ungar Riders staying hidden, so the Karens just fly straight into the range. We'll see what they will do. They will just retreat. Maybe they just circle around, trying to dodge some arrows. Malaga chasing them away. Points 1 and 2 going to Tomb King's favor, so positional advantage in that regard to Tomb Kings. Picking Newmans, I see. Man of Culture.
Okay, just as planned, Tomb Kings have captured the first 2 points.
Beastmen will have to make their move then.
Mm-hmm. They do have the height advantage.
Staying outside of the catapults. Yeah, overall positional advantage. They could launch some flanking maneuvers there. Oh, a third unit of catapults has been summoned. Now, they can finally shoot.
And now Beastmen are moving in to point 1 and 2.
This might get interrupted by a tree.
And they are currently... The units coming down from the hill are not visible.
Yeah, these catapults are in position really well. I just saw one of the missiles going into a tree, and as the beastmen will move, it will probably just get worse. Well, definitely provides some cool visuals. Would be cooler if they didn't miss.
Yeah. Yep, Malagor getting hit by Spirit Leech. Malagor's flying
Maybe
around. I
looking
think he's
to-
going to try to take out the artillery.
Either artillery, maybe he's looking for Katet,
Ah,
who's just been
the-
positioned over the
yeah.
back. I think he's just take the cheapest lord because you don't want him and just put him back and
Yep.
hide him because you cannot unsummon him. So at least I like this kind of adaptation.
Yeah.
That you're not breaking the rules but still kind of sticking to the same principle.
Mhm.
But I would like to just see like a more powerful lord just fighting in the mix of it. Yeah, and just more, yeah. All 3 shots just went into trees, and another one.
Yep.
These catapults have been
Not
a
good.
mistake.
Not good. It's a big mistake. Currently,
Scalabars are just
gold
coming
damage
out,
is gold
also
value 27.
Look, they have 27 gold value. They've been shooting and shooting. Lost like
Yeah.
already 10 to 15% of their ammunition, but oh, friendly fire.
So negative. Great.
Okay, one of them went into an archer unit and it routed them, so that was pretty nice. Or maybe that wasn't friend. Well, oh no, it's hitting these trees now. It was almost friendly fire, but the trees saved them.
Pretty much.
Anyway, let's focus a little bit more.
Yeah.
Despite the catapult fiasco,
Continuing
Tomb Kings are-
catapult fiasco.
Tomb Kings are still doing pretty well, although advantage Beastmen.
Now,
These
point
catapults are
3
getting
is
some good
completely
shots.
vacant. But here's the thing: Tomb Kings don't know that.
Maybe, that depends really if they can see up there. Well, there's no way for us to check now, but they might have a line of vision or, you know, just
No, no, no.
spawn a cheap unit as a
Yes.
reinforcement, vanguard reinforcement point and just go there and check. They definitely see the archers that are right next to the point because they're shooting them with catapults.
Yes.
But it's also not only a question of whether they see it, it's whether they actually can go send anything there.
Right.
Another island. It looks like just Beastmen are grinding out the front line. Minotaur is doing pretty good job, although one of them almost dead. Another unit of Minotaurs is going to catch Leash Priest of Death right now, so he's probably going to just crumble, both figuratively and literally. Look what these catapults are missing in such a short distance. There we go. That did nothing.
Pretty much.
Wow, these catapults are just so bad. 400 value. Yeah,
Oof.
that's not it.
That ain't it, chief.
Spirit Leech out on Minotaurs. Skeleton are just probably gonna run away, try to harass them.
Has been destroyed.
I mean, it's just what a big micromanagement issue here. And
Oh,
Beastmen have
huge.
just taken over, just all points when under control, just pushing Tomb Kings already back to spawn.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this
Painful,
one
painful.
again just was lost in the draft. These catapults,
In the draft, yeah.
such a waste of money.
Such a waste of money on this map, even more so. I think artillery, unless it generates tremendous amounts of value, just has no place in domination. It just cannot secure that push.
Yeah, and it was very difficult for them to bring value on this map
Mhm.
because of all the trees.
Yes, that is a huge compounding factor.
Maybe
Like, we are
when the
seeing-
fight was all on point up on point number 3.
Yeah.
Then you have much fewer trees over there, so maybe.
Yes,
but
yes,
still
and
very, very questionable.
better vantage point.
Even when they hit from a close distance, that did close to nothing.
Yeah.
So let's say the map has no forests. These catapults would still be very sus. Well, Ramble Souls is
Yep.
fully charged.
Agreed.
Maybe that can turn it around.
But
But
still,
it's-
we are dealing with a 3,000 gold damage value difference.
Yeah.
And even more importantly, 3 points being taken by Beastmen. And the Tomb Kings only have 4 minutes to be able to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, the combat mechanic is there in terms of, like, when he's summoning units, they're closer to the engagements. But at this moment, it is very much copium.
Yep, exactly. That's just cope.
Yeah, in
That
a
is
more
just
equal
cope.
fight, this could be a combat mechanic, but I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's only a That's not really a comeback mechanic. That's just a slight advantage for a losing player. It's way too slight to be called a comeback. I mean, here they are sending some horse archers to point 3, which I think you should have been doing a long time ago.
Serka is already alt-tabbing, asking, can I surrender?
Can I surrender? This is painful.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's capturing point 3, come back, let's go!
Point 3 comeback, yay!
Be bested.
That's okay.
There is only defeat.
Yep.
Minotaur's really, really good value.
Very.
For how short the battle was.
I mean, just knowing from
Catapults,
Vermintide
yikes.
2, I would say a decent chunk of my party wipes were caused by Minotaurs, so very respectable unit. Okay, so what's our score now then?
2-1 to the team.
Okay. 2-1. So, okay, going to game 4.
Okay, let me update the draft.
Yep.
So, Beastman won. Tomb Kings lost. And we were for a bit like based on the draft, like, yeah, Tomb Kings, top tier, Beastman, not so much. I mean, Minotaurs, really, really good. And just plays to the team's style. Bunch of cheap infantry as mid shield, use the big units as damage dealers. That is like one of the most standard tactics, but when practiced to a very good level, it just works. I mean, it is a very standard for a reason.
Yeah, yeah. You know, those standards are for a reason.
So now, team picks, right? No. Serica picks, no. Team picked Beastman, was countered by Tomb Kings. So now Serica picks whether he plays Empire Skaven, and team will be able to counter with Chaos Dwarfs or Vampire Counts. Okay, Serica is picking Skaven, or has picked Skaven.
Looks like Foxy and Special just finished their game, waiting for them to announce who won.
Vampire Counts are probably better counter to Skaven than Chaos Dwarfs, but I would still like to see Chaos Dwarfs. We'll see what team will pick.
Looks like in the lower bracket, Special just won. He is advancing to round 3.
We already treating as round 3, but yeah, just give him there, like 2-0. And now he's waiting for the loser between Medley and Michael Pontifex. And they can play that either today or tomorrow. If they want to play that tomorrow, but I mean, if they could power through it, I would appreciate it. If they can't, that's fine. But looking like time-wise,
Mm-hmm.
Team is going vampire counts. That makes more sense from competitive standpoint. I just wanted Chaos Dwarfs for hype. Okay, so
Yeah.
he went vampire counts. You know, maybe he loses Skaven, big counter to Chaos Dwarves, and then we go to game 5. You know, Silver Scrapes, all that
We'll
jazz.
see.
Maybe. But I feel like vampire counts are such a good counter to Skaven. If we see the same story again, Skaven pick ranged units, vampire counts just pick cheap infantry plus crypt horrors and crypt ghouls. Yikers.
And looks like Medley is currently 2-0 winning. They are on the third game. Looking at the chat, Michael does want to concede at this point. So we will see. I think they are. I encouraged him to give it a shot. So I think they're playing the game 3, but looks like Medley is going to get a 3-0 and will move to the final.
Nice. But final would be tomorrow, or to be more precise,
Yes, indeed.
upper bracket final. Okay, Skaven versus Vampire counts in here. If Nerexa wins this battle, then we'll see Chaos Dwarfs versus Empire, aka the oldest faction versus the newest faction in the game.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to the game. Maybe let's have a look at the bracket, because why not? So we'll need to apply some shenanigans in here. So like Foxy isn't in here, it's kinda in here. Let's just look. There we go. And now that doesn't work. That's not how I set up this. I just type you in here. There we go, fixed. We do like TPT here. Okay, so tomorrow, Drakens versus Fogsgut, 7th place match. Specials waiting here for upper brackets in final 2. So if Medley wins, then Michael will with a special in the lower bracket round 4. Oi.
Yeah, I'm updating the bracket.
But Michael didn't lose yet.
He has.
He has? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like literally this minute. Yeah, so Medley is waiting in the upper bracket final, where she will face their team or Serika, Nerexa. Why don't you just pick one name and stick to it? Or at least have similar sounding names like Mishra and Mishu. Yeah, that is still scheduled for today. Michael versus Special. Let's see. So we have Phoenix King versus whoever loses the semifinal. So we'll probably cast that, since Michael and Special can just go ahead now. And we'll follow the loser of this match into the lower bracket round 4.
Yep, sounds good.
I mean, we should be able to take into account that Special is from Australia. So what time is it for him now? At least midnight. If not later. Or maybe not midnight yet? I don't know exactly. Might be +9, +10. I just don't remember which time zone in Australia he's in. But either way, around midnight. Well, he should be fine. So that is... okay, still not ready here. The lower bracket, round 4, match 1.
This one is currently what, a 2-1?
The match we're watching, yes.
So this is game 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see, lower bracket, round 4. Oh, there we go, match 1. And if you don't play it today, then we have to wait for tomorrow to finish. So, like, we'll start with upper bracket final. That
Yes.
finishes. The loser goes to lower bracket final. But then he needs to wait for the result of lower bracket final, which has to wait for the result of lower bracket round 4.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit too much of a backline. So we should proceed with this today.
Okay. What about the Michael and Specials game? Should they be playing it today?
That is
considering
exactly what
theirs?
I'm referencing. But we also have Phoenix King. Can you contact him and see if he's still up?
Mhm.
If he's still up and can play the loser of this, what we are casting right now, the upper bracket semifinal, then they should also proceed with this today. If they can't proceed with that today, we'll leave both round 4 matches for tomorrow. So have Michael and Special faced each other earlier? They have. It was a 2-1. So now they're facing them each other again, but in a best of 5. And we're loading into the game, so let's focus on that. That's the bracket update for you guys. Let's go to the match. A lot of gutter runners, even more, the same amount of slingers, but even more ranged units, and just 3 units of clan rats, whatever this is.
Mhm.
Oh, much nicer weather now.
Phoenix King can only continue. Said he would like to continue tomorrow. So maybe we should continue the next one, the lower brackets, tomorrow. Michael is tired and Special is in Australia, so
Fair enough. Okay. So you can tell them it's okay to continue tomorrow. And we're doing this pretty fast. So I would like to just see. No, wait. No. We went through 3 best of 3s. We are at the end of our best of 5. And it's been only 4.5 hours. Like, we are way ahead in schedule. So it should be fine. It should be fine.
okay. I updated the brackets with the days. So lower bracket round 4 is going to take place on day 2, and the rest of them.
I was counting like worst case scenario for every single round. It would take much longer. I would say this is proceeding quite smoothly. So maybe for the next tournament we can also push back the starting hour a little bit later to better accommodate Americans
that
and
would be
screw
something.
over Australians.
Yeah, we can we can talk about that. And talk about that on the next tournament.
Yeah, that's something that, the timing is something we're very much looking forward to your feedback. Okay, that's an area where, yeah, your feedback will definitely be very valuable. But I was counting essentially because I've seen these tournaments like go slow or much slower than anticipated. So now I anticipated a very slow, just not to be disappointed or surprised. But now the other way, I'm surprised how smoothly and quickly this is going.
Yeah, we were
we have
both
a match at hand.
update.
Let's focus on that. We have Heinrich Kemmler. God damn it, Himmler. It's like it doesn't help.
Heinrich Kemmler.
It doesn't help, especially since they've been amusement when he was. Anyway, bad guy. I'm very curious how the Skaven roster is going to proceed with all the ranged units. And this is like a 360 unit, but only 70 range. Doesn't really matter against vampire counts. They are slowish, so they should be able to run circles around them. So actually, this is something I've been mentioning during the High Elf matchup, right? Like, yeah, sure, arches could work in the scenario where they start shooting early on and they're used to kite and go very, very much up in value. Although I see already vampire counts going up in value. It's probably the ability from White King, yeah. Very powerful. On the other hand, Night Run is just a shit tier unit, so fair enough. But it goes like 400 or something. So yeah, what I would like to see from Skaven is a lot of skirmishes, a lot of kiting, but this style, in order to be played correctly, is so micro-intensive.
Very.
So it is also very difficult to pull off. And I feel like this is a high risk, like medium reward. So we'll see. So because even if it succeeds, I wouldn't say it gives you like a huge advantage. Because you still face the problem of, yeah, sure, you've kited him and you are up in value. I know the spell going down. And
yeah, and also like the speed differences is not enough for decent kiting either.
But it is, because vampire counts are pretty slow, but it's about point capturing. So yeah, you kited and gave up the ground, made up your advantage in value, but now your ranges are out of ammunition probably, and you've lost all the points. I mean, he's starting well. He has 2 points versus Vampires 1, so Vampires will have to go to him. But on the other hand, Skaven have to go to Vampires, start shooting. Like, why do you have all these ranged units if you aren't shooting?
If you aren't shooting, exactly. So time is not on your side in this case. You got to make the time on your side. And Vampires are reinforcing point 3 in anticipation of attacking 2, and there aren't many melee units in there. I mean, rat ogres are nice, but I don't think those clan rats in there will be able to hold up anything.
There's also quite a lot of small forests scattered around through the map, so they provide nice cover for now. So maybe that's why he doesn't want to go in and start shooting into the trees. So maybe he should position himself just so he can start shooting as soon as they leave the trees. Just build up some fast cavalry units, some fell bats. Right now he's building up crypt horrors, so yeah. Standard tactic. Thing we have seen from Tim pretty much in every single battle so far in this tournament.
Yep.
He did lose to Charix in the first round though. Well, one battle that is. Skaven are on board with 19 gold value.
Yep.
Shot some zombies.
Here's just zombies wasting ammunition.
Yeah, if you waste your ammunition on zombies, are you actually up in value or down?
Good point. Good point. I mean, sure, you can unsummon them and summon them back in, but that takes time.
No, but if the unit costs 400 and kill the unit of zombies, use all its ammunition, you unsummon them, which gives you back only 200, you're still 200 down, but zombies cost 150.
Yeah. True.
So you need to do at least 200 gold value to break even.
Yep. So
I have the
yeah,
Sunshine Stalkers, who are fast for dwarf. Oh, nice, Secret Claw firing in.
Oh, and finally.
There's Doomwheel. I got 95 value, definitely better than the Gutter Runners or Night Runners.
Oh. Well, the Skaven still have some Night Runners
there we go,
looking
Cavalry
at point 3.
has been summoned, so
Yep.
he has some of them. Black Knights straight into Night Runners. Already down to half HP, although it was mostly from the spell earlier. And yeah, Vampire counts just coming down from the middle, already controlling point 2, which, well, Skaven just have to kite to even make use of their ranged units. But slings aren't 360. They only can shoot forward. So they need to turn around. They cannot just keep kiting constantly.
And they cannot shoot while moving.
Yeah. Oh, it's got some Poison Wind Globadiers. And some Warps and Lightning going down. Didn't do that much damage, but it wasn't that bad. So Radoggers going to zombies. Could actually go into the Corpse Guard. It's actually quite secluded from the rest of the team. And Night Runners with Slingers getting some value on the right flank, dealing with Skeleton Warriors. But then again, they have shields. Tim is probably very happy with that exchange. It's Skaven up 1,000 in gold value, but the Poison Wind Globadier is just been cut out. Damage tells gold value 20 before they went down.
I am not seeing this going well for Skaven. It's just the inherent advantages of Vampire counts too big.
Yeah, also all their units go Sphere. Skaven have low morale.
That's exactly my point.
Very bad matchup.
Oh, we got some ninja capping. Point 3.
Well, these Skavens are actually like kind of ninjas, though this unit isn't. Could have used an actual ninja unit. And point 1 still being held, although now the weight is shifting towards vampire counts.
Yeah.
Slings shooting from a forest. The water slings shooting into a forest. So wherever you are, there's a forest.
All what Tim would need to do is send the zombies to point 3, and he has all 3 points.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Just stand there and let the Night Runners shoot you, and just okay, cool, you do that.
Okay, whatever. I mean, I guess what he could do now is just kite him around.
Kambler. Chasing Giddy Clown, he's doing well.
That's
pretty funny.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. I gotta get a good look at this. Whee!
He got stuck.
I got stuck.
Well, they're both sitting at 500 value, but the Claw has taken some damage. Oh, Krell has been summoned. That is doing nothing.
And he's doing nothing.
Where is he?
In the woods, taking damage. Probably should have summoned him on top of Wicked Claw.
Maybe he was, but then Wicked Claw ran away. I mean, Krell has 33 speed, Wicked has 72.
Oof. And Krell's gone. I love this. This is old maneuver.
I mean, still up in value for Skaven. Their units are rallying, but given just how many of them are ranged units with no power to contest a point. But now the situation flipped, like 1 and 2 are lost and 3 has been just
And
taken
I
to
also
3.
really appreciate this White King over here occupying the range units. And yep, point 3 still in Skaven. That's the only thing that is giving Skaven the current point advantage. That Night Runner has been MVP.
Yeah, still 60 points up. Let's see, where are the reinforcements being summoned? I don't see them. Oh, maybe
You
the
know-
Vanguard reinforcements like in the middle of here.
With all that being said, though, the
There is some
Skaven are
counterattack on
2k
two.
ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just you don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, vampires are healing, so
Yes.
also we need to take that in consideration. And yeah,
That's
taking that into
true.
consideration, gold army value on the field.
Yes,
Still
is
says
about
that
2k
vampires are
difference.
Yeah, it's like a 4k swing in that
Yeah.
regard.
Yeah,
Graveguard
healing
is
is
not
essential.
give a hug, just chasing off some night runners. That might be a good engagement for them.
Yeah, and with crypt horrors, like there's some units with
0.3 is being
inherent
taken back by
regeneration.
cavalry. Yeah, I don't think Skaven have anything there to take that, even if they see clown rats, clowns just get obliterated by the cav.
Yep.
Yeah, and they have also been pushed out of point 2, just 1 unit is contesting, but it's not enough.
Yep. And point 3 is finally been taken by Black Knights.
Ooh, a Mortis engine, nice.
Yes, Mortis Engine is probably my favorite Vampire Counts unit. Like, it is so integral to their strategy. Both does damage to surroundings and heals. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't heal anybody because it's alone.
It is alone. It's getting killed.
Warp lightning on some skeleton spearmen, making them start to crumble. There is a unit of Graveguard somewhere here, yeah, maybe could potentially attack that. Crypt Ghouls now on top of point 3, probably just to hold it down. And it's kind of sad, we've seen such an epic first battle, going super close, back and forth, and then it's just going down since there.
They just fizzled away, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just stylistic mismatch, which is something that Nerexa mentioned at the beginning, that he won't be able to really play his style. But then he didn't play his style. He played outside of his comfort zone and won against him, who is pretty much exclusively using this style. So he beat him at his own game. Like, that's amazing.
Yeah.
But shame he
That
couldn't
is.
continue that. Because the factions he picked, like Skaven, can also do that, like with Right Augurs and Clan Rat spam. And just picked a different strat with them. That just doesn't work. Poison Wing Lobadier is suffering the same fate again. Just can't shoot.
Yep. Also, with all 3 points being captured by the vampires, we've got only 2 minutes left on the timer.
And the 15 minutes per standard, we can see Eagle Claw duking it out with Heinrich.
Heinrich, yeah. In the woods. And it is not going good for Iket.
And so Heinrich has better stats, despite just being a caster. And we've established that he can surrender, so that's a good time. He just wants to savor the last moments of the upper bracket. But still, got all the way up to semifinals. Still has a chance for the lower bracket. if he learns from this and changes his strategy for tomorrow, maybe we can even see that being a rematch in the finals.
Yeah, yeah. I do want to see how it goes against Medley, though. We have not seen Medley play so far.
There is only defeat.
Yeah, so it is Team versus Medley tomorrow, which will be obviously the match will be casting as it's the only upper bracket match. Then we'll shift to lower bracket as, well, the upper bracket will be finished.
Yep.
And we'll see from there. So, let's summarize the bracket. And let's see what we have in store for tomorrow. I see you already updated it, nice.
Yep.
Let's put it on screen. Notice how it looks. Medley versus Tim the Wilder in the finals. The winner advances to the grand final. The loser drops down to lower bracket final. So they finish this. This takes place simultaneously. And then, well, Medley waits over here. And Tim waits over here. So enjoy your break tomorrow after your first match. Unless we could delay this until only after this is done to make the break smaller, because this was also supposed to be done I don't know, that's the day too. What?
Yeah,
did
I
you change
updated it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they changed it.
I was like, yeah, what the hell, that was supposed to be day one.
Yes.
I mean, to be honest, keep it day one because it is like a template I'm going to reuse.
Oh, gotcha.
It's fine. Like, we know this is day two.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the main bracket. The people still in contention for finals. Then the two players who lose here in the lower bracket round 4 will be fighting for 5th place.
Yeah.
And then obviously people or player who loses here takes 4th place, here 3rd place, and then obviously grand final and potentially grand final rematch, which will take place only if the player who goes through the lower bracket wins. Then the upper bracket winner gets their deserved second chance, whereas if the upper bracket winner, they just go undefeated through the tournament. And all the more props to them.
Yep.
Then 7th place match will be Foxgod versus Drakins. They can also play that at the very beginning tomorrow. And then these kind of don't exist. Because, well, people fell out. Dropped out. It's fine, but we'll have a clearly defined top 8, which all will be fought for. And maybe we'll still award rewards for 9th to 12th in terms of SUNTZU tournament points for people who like at least showed up. It's like, I don't know, example, Augito, he played at the beginning, right? Wait, no, he didn't play here. Well, then skew him. Aldrich Cry, no, he didn't play either. Ron Brindle, he played.
Yep.
So yeah, we can put him at like 9th place. Charix also played. So they could play each other for like for 9th place here. If they want to, we can suggest that to them.
Yeah, we should and let them know, hey, you guys.
I think that's all from like people who showed up. So yeah, we can have Grombrindle vs. Charix, which is supposed to be here, but that didn't take place. So we could just put them here in 9th place match, and yeah, they'll get out between them who takes 9th. Because otherwise, well, they won't get anything. Because technically they didn't finish the tournament, so they are disqualified in terms of the rewards, so they aren't getting any of these. So yeah, that will be all for today then, since we are proceeding the way we just described.
Yep.
Also update the draft here, just for nice visual at the end. Vampire counts have won.
Yep. I'm answering questions in
Gabe
Discord.
lost. Yeah, and
Updated.
everybody was running the Chaos Dwarves, so OP, first pick, went 4 games, didn't get picked. With a Kislev ban thrown around in Dark Elves.
Tim
Elves
is
faction.
asking one request to consider for tomorrow is to use 5 different maps rather than repeats in the best of 5s.
I think we're sticking to what we have.
Yeah.
It is the more fair way. I mean, given that all the maps are pretty much symmetrical, this is something we could consider for the future. But, you know, potentially the way we're doing it right now is more fair. But maybe a little bit less entertaining. And while the fairness factor wouldn't suffer that much, just because the maps are very well balanced, because they're just pretty much symmetrical in all regards. So we wouldn't be sacrificing much. Also, we haven't been switching sides here because players were like, nah, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
I've
you
been
know-
used to Arena where maps aren't properly balanced or weren't, and one side had an advantage over the other where that mattered. And also in previous Total Wars, it also used to be the case. So props to our community map makers for making so many amazing maps, and all of them pretty much being balanced. So, really good job, all of you. And yeah, I actually really hope to work with some of them in the future to maybe make some custom maps for tournaments.
Mhm.
But well, that's an entirely different conversation. So for now, thank you everyone for watching. Let's have one last look at the bracket, what's happening tomorrow, what prizes there are to win. Also regarding the giveaway, everybody who's been watching today earned points towards the giveaway, and the giveaway will be started tomorrow when the grand final starts, and then finished after it ends. So that's when you'll be able to buy your tickets, and whoever wins that giveaway among viewers wins a Total War DLC. Any Total War, doesn't have to be Warhammer, of choice. So you can pick any DLC apart from the newest one, which at the moment is Forge of the Chaos Dwarfs. Okay, so that's it. I've been Mistru, casting with was Arklinon. That's your cue to say bye, Arklinon.
Bye. We'll
Yeah.
see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow at 12 GMT noon.